The Opie and Anthony Show on XM 202, featuring Opie, Anthony, and James Norton.
I'm scum because I'm a shapely European blonde.
Anthony. Jesus, we are just whores. James Norton.
Look at this face. How do you not love it and want to kiss it?
You rock.
Sex Bagel here on the radio with you.
Sex Bagel. It's the Opie and Anthony Show.
And Sex Bagel gets hit with poker chips.
But enough of this palaver. Let's get the show on the road.
Good morning. Good morning. I can't hear you. I can't hear you. My God, the host's mic is dead. Your microphone is dying. Give it the old check 1, 2. Buttons being pushed. Hi, it's the Opie and Anthony Show. I'm Anthony. Opie's the silent one. Oh, the mic wasn't plugged in.
Oh, wonderful.
I reckon it's out of gas. See, he always looks at the simple things first. Ba 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 ba. That's the higher version of that.
Good morning. Welcome to the Opie and Anthony Show on this fine 2 for Tuesday. Oh, wrong station.
Ew. Wow, wrong year.
Our phone number 1-866-313-FREE. The phone's lit already. Let's go right to Mike. What's up, Mike?
Hey there, Mike. What do you say, Bill?
What's up, Mike?
Hey, is there any chance the show could not be gay today?
Not be a gay show today.
Can you make the show not gay today?
Well, you just started it. We weren't even going to mention anything gay today, and then all of a sudden you start with the gay thing.
Oh.
Although...
No gayness, please, fellas.
Although, little Jimmy Norton back in studio today, and I'm looking at all the words we love to say, and a lot of these words are gay oriented.
Are they?
All right, Mike. We'll try to make the show less gay today.
Hey,
Frunkus to you too. Well, we added a few words, Jimmy, but you know, you have a say in the words that we like to say.
Does he?
Yes, he does. Because he's the one that kind of has fun with these words. What are some of the words we like to say, Jimmy? Waldbaums.
King Cullen.
These are supermarket chains in the New York area.
Neil Bortz.
Who's a douche?
He is a douche.
He really is a douche.
And a fatso.
Yes, fatso.
Seems like a real queer. He's a queer.
Fatso queer. And then we added these two. For your approval. You let us know.
Submitted for your approval.
Nude.
Well,
how do you say
nude?
It's got to be
nude.
It's
just nude is like whatever.
Nude.
I have to tighten my mouth up.
Nude.
That's good. And how do you say the other one?
Bare bottom.
Bare bottom.
As in, come here, young lady, I'm going to spank your bare bottom.
Bare bottom.
Well, we could dream it would be a lady,
yeah.
But unfortunately, it's guys all the time.
And that'd be nice.
Or is it bare bottom, B-E-A-R, bottom?
Yeah, hello, hi, it's my bottom.
Jamie, you're funny. A lady.
A girl on this show? Please.
We used to like to spank women. We used to like to see women nude. I've been looking at
on the show.
I've been looking at the old pictures from the old days.
Oh, it's amazing.
Nothing but women around us constantly.
Chicks.
But now, and we explained this yesterday, but just for Jimmy, instead of spanking, ladies and having them nude, we get this.
Here we go. Quiet, everyone, quiet. Here it comes.
Ready? 1.
Okay.
2.
Twitchell's is down.
Now. That was Danny spanking Twitchell's with a wooden paddle and breaking skin.
With one of those...
One shot.
With that big...
one shot,
cricket
Jimmy.
bat.
Yeah.
Nailed him with it.
Yeah, the video is doing quite well on opieandanthony.com.
Yeah.
But we got to get away from the man-on-man bare-bottom spanking.
Yeah, please.
This is not what we wanted to do with our radio show. Somehow we got to this point, and we're not proud of it.
No.
So that's why I play that clip for you, Jimmy, because we could dream that would be a hot female that we bend over our knee and give a little talking to.
It wouldn't be the same show.
As she glances over her shoulder with frightened eyes, how hard are you going to spank me? And, you give her the old spanking, and she goes, ooh. Not like, a twitching ass just screaming for his life.
Let's say hi to Stephanie in New York. Stephanie, what's up? You're on the Opie and Anthony show.
Good morning.
Good morning,
Hi.
Listen, back in the summer and in autumn, I used to wake up to you guys every morning when I was living on a boat by myself. So I'm pretty much calling just to say thanks for waking me up and making me feel good.
Oh, you lived on a boat, did you?
Who are you, Andrew Cunanan? What's the matter with you?
No, I was having problems with my mom, so yeah, I was living on a boat for a while.
But now you don't wake up to us anymore?
Oh, no, I wake up, I'm getting ready for school right now. And
School?
Wait, what kind of boat?
It was a sailboat.
Like, where do you live?
Well, right now I live in Park Slope, Brooklyn.
Mm-hmm.
And what, you just go down the dock and live on a sailboat? That seems a little dangerous.
Well, it wasn't dangerous. It was my stepfather's boat. So
It's not dangerous if you're in, like, Nantucket or Martha's Vineyard or something like that. But you're getting on a sailboat in the middle of Brooklyn? That seems to be a little scary. Is there security down near the docks?
Oh, no, they have security at night and in the day.
They're all in on it.
But it was a little scary. I had an ice pick on my hands at all times.
See, if you're living on a sailboat, like I said, in Nantucket, you're not sleeping.
Ice sculpture.
Yeah, you're not sleeping with an ice pick. So
ice pick.
You just proved my point. It's a little nerve-wracking to be on a sailboat in Brooklyn. Is it Brooklyn Harbor? I don't know.
Well, do you know Bay Ridge, Caesars Bay?
A little bit.
Of course.
Yeah, around that area is where I was staking out.
Yeah. All right. Well, have fun at school today.
Thank you. Have a good day.
We kind of want to do a little more with our radio show than just talk to you about sleeping on a boat.
It's okay. Yeah. I just wanted to thank you guys.
They ever come down and spank her bare bottom.
Let's say hi to Bill in Pennsylvania. What's up, Bill?
Hey, Bill.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Hey.
Yeah. Can I spank that girl's bottom?
He just throws a in.
You guys do realize you're very important to the Opie and Anthony show, right? We like to have a very interactive show with our audience, and you guys suck so far today.
She hung up.
I listen every morning.
Yeah, Bill. She hung up. She's gone. We made the bare bottom spanking joke already. So just...
Well, I wanted to bring up my topic.
Very good. So why don't you do
Why don't you
that?
Get right into it.
Just jump on in.
Okay. Well, they're trying to put that ban on using the N-word.
It's a fake ban, though. For the rest of America, there's a councilman here in New York City that wants to ban the N-word, but it won't even. It won't even be a real law. It's like
it's unenforceable, and there's no
sign a contract.
It's a what?
You can sign a contract promising that you won't use it.
Ew.
I just heard they want to actually make this unenforceable, not real law, where you can't be arrested or charged in any way, shape, or form. There's nothing they could do. It's sort of like just kind of like...
So why are they wasting our time? Why would they do that? Why would they...
Can you still say pickaninny?
Because it's so... God, I want to
Bill, for some reason, we just don't like you.
I want to reach in the phone.
I don't know what it is, but we just don't like you, Bill.
And choke this guy.
You discriminate against Caucasians.
Oh, I wish you were black. I would throw the N-word out at you.
You might be one of these listeners that you're better off just kind of listening to the show.
Yeah. Some people are good listeners. Maybe that's you.
We have our people that are really good when they call the show. We have people on Instant Feedback we go to every morning. They're great. Someone like Bird in Philly or Steve from Bayshore. We didn't even know their names.
Yeah.
Well, I usually listen to Curtis and Kobe.
Oh, there you go. That says it all. Their delivery.
It does say it all. You have the complete inability to make a phone call to a radio show, so you must fit in very well.
If you guys gave a traffic report, I'd listen to you more.
Why do you need a traffic report?
Was that a joke? Is that some kind of... Was he playing a joke that a traffic report would be better?
You got to know where the accidents are.
There's nothing happening at this hour. It's not bad everywhere.
Bill, are you serious, or is that another joke? Because we really don't know at this point.
No, I'm being serious.
That's what 1010 Wins is for.
Yeah, you go to your local news channel for, like... you know exactly when the traffic comes on. Here in New York, it's on the 8s and on the 1s, depending on which station you're on. And then you just tune in and you go, okay.
Quick traffic and come back to our show.
There you go. You check. You go, everything's cool. Let me go back to whatever I was listening to. Bill.
And does traffic... Oh, my God. I hate this guy. Bill, I hate you. And I'm sick today.
I say a ban on Bill.
It was right. Your show is gay.
I say we ban Bill.
Thanks, Bill. Goodbye.
Yeah.
See how it turned?
No more Bills today. That's it. If your name is Bill, do not call the show. Do not instant feedback.
We have a symbolic ban on Bill.
A banning of Bill today.
One might get through because we can't really enforce it.
We wanted to discuss this N-word ban.
Yeah.
But Bill was messing the whole thing up. So it's a fake law they're trying to pass?
Yeah, it's symbolic. They want to call it symbolic.
So why are they wasting everyone's time with
this? It is
a
complete waste of time.
What they're doing is bringing more, attention to the N-word.
We've talked about it before where you say the N-word and everyone knows what you're talking about. The actual word pops up in your head. You see it in your mind's eye. You hear it in your mind's ear. You know exactly what people are talking about. The N-word, N-word, N-word. You know what it is. There's no banning it. Another thing, you can't ban words like that. Maybe you could ban them from the radio. Corporations can tell you can't use them on their premises. FCC can say you can't use it on the air, although that one they can't.
That's crazy.
That's insanity. You can't ban words like that from the English language. From our we have the freedom to offend with language. It's a freedom. And once you start one, other ones will follow suit, and they already have.
Yeah, well, the gays, they don't like the word faggot as much. They're trying to figure out how to ban that word. And now the new one this morning is what?
Yes, squaw. Last night, I read in the paper that this woman is attempting to ban the word squaw because it's derogatory to Indian women. And there's just, of course, it's,
Can someone explain to me why that's a bad word? I have no idea.
I don't even know why it's a bad word.
It's, from what I remember, I heard it explained, it's almost like a C-word version for them.
All right, appropriate then. What?
Get out of the way, squaw, the game is on.
Here, get out of the way of the TV. Squaw.
They're saying it's like the N-word to a black person.
No, it's not. Every word now, they try to say it's like the N-word because that one has so much power. Over the years, black people have really gotten it where whitey cannot say it without really getting their ass beat. So that's that's the bar. That's where the bar is set. Squaw is really not up there. At least it doesn't have the publicity. There ain't a bunch of rap songs with the word squaw in it. The kids aren't going around calling each other my squaw. Yo, my squaw. It just... who's using it, really? I mean, to tell you the truth, it's not that widespread. I don't hear it on a daily basis. The N-word you hear on a daily basis. It's coming out of my mouth.
The N-word,
no, you hear
the C-word, the F-word.
Yeah, you hear it on the streets. You hear it on music.
S-word.
You hear it all over. But squaw is like, what the hell year are we living in? I watch the Outlaw Josie Wales, I'll hear it. But you're not hearing that one being thrown around a lot. I think we got to worry about squaw.
We got to stop with trying to ban words in America. We really do. As human beings, one of the things we like to do is make fun of people that don't look like yourself.
Different people are funny to us.
Black people do it. Asians do it. The Hispanics do it. Us whiteys do it. We all do it. And if you do ban all those words, we'll just come up with new words to make fun of other races.
Yeah.
Which could be fun, actually.
But they might take hundreds of years to really catch on. And really make that painful dig that the ones that the old-time favorites have.
With the Internet, I think it could take a shorter time.
Think it could spread really quickly.
Yeah.
Might have to work on that in the institute, in the labs.
All right. This guy wants to make a 2 for Tuesday request. John in Philly listening on WYSP. What's up, John?
Yo, good morning, Anthony, Opie, Jimmy. How you guys doing?
Man.
Yeah, sorry, not Opie, not Opie.
Yeah, a lot of people have a problem with that one. I never got that.
Can roll off the tongue.
Everyone from Sean Hannity to David Letterman to
They go into the Anthony
to
part.
John in Philly.
Yeah, Leno.
How you doing, my squaws?
Hey.
Anyway,
Very good, my squaw.
I was gonna call up. You know, I heard you say it was a 2 for Tuesday. I was gonna call up, ask for a double shot of a little bit of Aerosmith. But now that you're talking about that, band word, I figured, why don't you give me a double shot of, like, maybe some Snoop Dogg or some Tupac? They can take care of that N-word for you.
All right, John is, the name John is now banned from the show. Awful. We're losing 2 really important names today. If your name is John or Bill, I don't want to see your name on instant feedback or on the phones today. How do we lose all Johns and all Bills?
Unbelievably bad calls coming in this morning. We felt so good because the phones were lit. Like right off the bat. It's a good thing when the phones are lit. You come and you sit down and bam, every line is full. But, oh my God, the callers are horrible.
Every once in a while we like to start the show by just going to the phones and see what you guys are all about.
See what they're talking about on this fine Tuesday morning.
Oh my God, so far you guys just suck.
They're really eating it.
Let's say hi to Mike in New York. Mike, what's up?
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Hey.
Long-time listener. I was just wondering whatever happened to the ding bell. When someone said something gay, you guys rang a bell.
We don't have a gay bell.
It was the inappropriate
bell.
Oh, it was awesome, though, because anytime Opie or Anthony would have said something...
Why the opening?
Would have rang the bell, and then everyone was just like, and amazed.
What's up with the opening?
Is this a joke?
Did you just make fun of the opening thing, or you slipped too?
What happened, Mike?
I don't know.
Okay.
I sent you guys
Mics are now banned too.
Really?
We have to ban Mike.
Anthony made an executive decision.
Oh my God, Mike's, John's, and Bill's. That's everybody.
Sure is.
No, I sent you guys an email on Saturday about a picture, and I was just wondering if you guys got that.
Oh, yeah, I got your email.
Yeah, we got it.
Along with 200,000 others. Let me, give me a month and I'll find yours.
All right.
The picture of you, a horse?
It was actually a picture of Jenna Bush putting on a bathing suit, and you could see, under her skirt, basically, she wasn't wearing any underwear. She's obviously a Bush fan,
Obviously.
That's terrific.
Yeah, because her father...
That photo's all over the internet.
George Bush. Mike's out.
All right, thank you.
Sorry, Mike.
I don't want to talk about the coffee in my cup. I want to talk about the dead squaw in my driveway.
Who's on the phone? Hello?
Good morning. This is John from Ozone Park.
Oh, no.
Hey. You're not following the rules. We banned your name today, sir.
Yeah.
Come on, guys.
One John ruined it for everybody. You want to give one other person with the same name a chance at redemption to bring the name back, but only one.
All right, John, if you're good, we bring back the name John to the show today. Go ahead.
All right, sounds good. Listen, you're talking about the ban on the M-word, right?
Yeah.
It's never going to happen. I'm a city bus driver. I'm white. I got a bald head. I'm a white supremacist, and all these school kids get on the bus, and they call me the M-word. But in a friendly way. They think it's friendly. They think it's nice. But that's all that comes out of their mouths all day long.
All day long.
And that's black students?
All black.
Yes, and they call you that because it's like, yo.
My brother, stuff like that. But meanwhile, I look like a white supremacist. And that's what, they're crazy, these kids out here today. They're crazy.
I think John had a good call, but I do think that there should be some kind of a special amendment, like John's will be allowed, but you must introduce yourself as Chipper.
All right, John.
Take care, gentlemen.
Thank you.
All right,
Bye.
John, the voice out there on the streets, Opie.
Yeah.
He's driving a bus, inner city.
It's good to see that everyone felt like they had to call the show immediately. We got calls from Boston, Buffalo, Pittsburgh coming in. Let's say hi to Mike before we take a break. Mike in Buffalo, what's up?
Oh, we banned Mike.
Oh, we banned
But now we gotta give him a chance at redemption.
Okay. I'll be Mike again. I was going to change my name to Matt for you guys. But
redeem yourself.
Yeah, go ahead, Mike.
I've been up since 10 o'clock yesterday.
Why?
I have a huge test I forgot about, and I've been studying all night. It's the first time I get to listen to you guys live, but it's pretty funny so far. And being up for over 20 hours, I'm pretty surprised that I have more energy than all your callers. Can I get the
car crash and ban all the mics now.
Oh, Mike really screwed it up for the mics. Had a chance to bring him back to the show, and that was the chance of redemption. All you guys named Mike, sorry.
And that's how we begin today. The top story, and we'll get into it next. We found Jesus' coffin. And we got a great observation we'll get into next. Great observation. Maybe you guys from all over America could help us. Because here's what I notice.
Yeah.
I'll say this much. I got 3 New York papers in front of us. In front of us here. We found Jesus' coffin.
Jesus. This is, let me make this straight. Not Jesus.
Right.
Some, soccer player. We're talking, clear it up, Opie. Jesus Christ, the Lord.
Right.
Son of God.
Well.
Jesus. His coffin was found, the remains of Jesus Christ.
And until they prove that it's BS,
yeah,
I think that deserves front page of a newspaper. Are you kidding me?
Perhaps that is the most important story in the history of Earth. I mean,
well,
Jesus.
Not today, man. Not today. It's not. I mean, we got Al Gore on the front of the paper. We got Leo DiCaprio on the front
They're
paper.
trying to figure out ways in the news how to punch it up a little bit.
Yeah.
Hey, we got Jesus' coffin. We found the remains of Jesus. Yeah. Is there any way we could punch that story up a little bit? Because Brittany's just going crazy. She shaved her head. She's in rehab. We really want to concentrate on that story. But this is Jesus Christ, the Lord and Savior. Jesus.
We got a great observation. We'll get into it next, but it's pretty interesting. Pretty interesting story. It's the Opie and Anthony Show.
Hear what everyone else is talking about. O&A Uncut and Live, continuing the show on XM Satellite Radio starting at 9 a.m. Eastern. Visit xmradio.com to subscribe.
It's the Opie and Anthony Show. The virus is spreading. Opie and Anthony!
Hey, good morning. You're checking out the Opie and Anthony Show. Looks like we found the coffin of Jesus himself. Although
This is we. You were out there?
It's part of the whole thing.
You were a part of the dig?
Yeah, I was a consultant.
Nice.
They asked me, I'm like, looks like it could be it.
Looks like Jesus.
Call the media.
I'll leave now. Busy.
Let's say hi to Chris in Jersey. What's up, Chris?
What's up, guys?
Hey, Chris.
What are you guys up to?
Oh, my God.
We're doing a radio show talking about Jesus, eating some food.
What's wrong with you guys today? We didn't wake you up properly, did we?
Yeah, maybe we didn't. Maybe we didn't. You're right. Did they need different music?
I don't know. Chris?
Yeah, Chris. Yeah. What do you got for the show today?
This show goes by so fast that when we go, hey, Chris, what's up? We want you to, bam, hit us hard.
When you ask us what's going on, you know what's going on. We're doing a show.
This is a show that doesn't have time for pleasantries.
Yeah, like, hi, how do you do?
Because this part of the show is only 3 hours long, and with the 80 minutes of commercials an hour.
80 an hour. We're in a deficit.
Yeah, we're in a deficit to begin with, so we want to get right into things.
So, Chris from Jersey, what's on your mind?
Got to hit the ground running. Go, Chris!
All right, well, you guys were talking about Jesus and how they found his tomb and his corpse was in there.
Yeah.
But according to, like, the Bible and like, all the Catholics, didn't he, like, rise from the dead and then go straight to heaven, like, body and all? So wouldn't there not be a corpse there?
Well,
Good question now that he actually got to it.
I was brought up Catholic, and I have a problem with Jesus walking around like a zombie.
Brains. Yeah, Jesus was the first zombie. Look, he rose from the dead and just kind of walked around for a little while, showed off a little bit to some people. Said, hey, look, still here. And then went up to heaven. Body and all, I think. I don't think it was just a spiritual thing. I think his body actually, because they put him in that cave and slid the rock in front of it. And then they went to look for his body, and it was gone. You report the missing body to the police, you get a new body. Animal House? Anyone? Thank you. And it was supposed to be his whole body, not just the spiritual Jesus.
I could buy into the spirit floating up to heaven.
Yeah.
I could have a little fun with that.
Maybe he rose from the dead, body and all.
Yeah.
And then when he rose to heaven, that's when just his spirit went and his body was left behind.
And his bones just came crumpling to the ground.
Yeah, he did one of those, like...
And then some poor sap had to pick him up and
put him in the Jesus box.
And put him in the Jesus box that we just found because James Cameron is just terrific.
James Cameron not only can make movies, but he can find Jesus.
I was telling Ed in the office, you're born... Yeah. We all start pretty much the same. You go to school, you have the same problems, and then you fast forward a few decades, and you're the guy that's finding the coffin of Jesus.
Jesus.
It's pretty effed up if you think about it.
Yeah.
Chris?
Hi, Chris.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right, Chris.
So he's saying that if he went to heaven, there wouldn't be any bones or anything like that, but I don't know. You could speculate for years, which they have, over what happened to him. Was it spiritual? Was it his actual body? I don't know.
Well, but here's the point today. We may have found the coffin of Jesus.
Uh-huh.
And it's business as usual for these news stations, for the newspapers.
Yeah. Shouldn't that be the big story?
Part of our mission with this show is to just beat up the media because we think they're completely ridiculous. We beat up the newspapers. We beat up local news especially. We just think they're completely useless and ridiculous. And today's a great, great example of that.
Yeah.
We may have found the coffin of Jesus, and we're not stopping and going, oh, my God. Oh, my
God, man.
Can you imagine if this is true?
Shouldn't there be reporters sent there? Like, didn't they send reporters over to Brittany shaving her head? Didn't they send them to the Bahamas to stand up in front of a place where Anna Nicole's baby was or something, and where she died? But for some reason, the Jesus coffin story, let's just sit on it.
I have an idea for a promo. Promotion, $500, whoever gets a wow sticker on the tomb of Jesus.
There you go.
I'll double that,
wow
Jimmy.
Sticker.
I'll double that.
I'm on it, too.
Yeah.
I'm in.
Eric covered the mic like we shouldn't say that, like someone's actually going to go to Israel and put
and slap a wow sticker on Jesus' tomb.
You would be the party pooper.
All right, it could happen.
Did I misread you, Hawk? I'm sorry.
All right, but the point... The point is, we're watching the news this morning and we're reading the papers, and it's like, can't these dopey news readers stop for 1 minute and go, wow. I want to acknowledge that this is pretty effed up this morning. We may have found the coffin of Jesus. Let's all just take a breath and think about it here.
This is the biggest story to ever happen to mankind.
Right. It needs special reporting.
Yeah.
But it's just one of many stories strung together like every other morning.
Not even the top story.
Not even the top story is right.
Just thrown in there like any other goofy water skiing squirrel story.
Right. I'm looking at the local papers here. The Jesus coffin story, page 22 of the New York Post.
22.
They felt like it wasn't that important.
21 pages of stories more important than finding Jesus.
Than finding the coffin of Jesus. Daily News did a little better. On page 9.
Oh, page 9. Okay, only 8 pages.
None of the papers, by the way, giving it any room on the front page.
No.
Newsday did a little better, page 8. And the New York Times, you would think the New York Times would be all over it. They decided that it's not that important, and they put it on page 10 of their newspaper. Page 10! It's the coffin of Jesus!
It's Jesus.
Even if it's proved to be false. It's a pretty wild story today.
It's Jesus. I'm going to believe.
So we're watching the news, and they're all on notice today.
Oof.
We're taking a close look at you guys today. This is the CW here in New York. Channel 11 News. They like to do really, 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 really silly news stories every morning. They have no problem, doing the news and clown makeup and doing like a hula hoop workout in between news stories. And they'll show you the water skiing squirrel.
Goofy stories.
Let's see. This is what we basically did. Jesus story and what they did right after the Jesus story. Now, Ant and I, stupid us, we're thinking you should just stop and go, look at the camera and go, oh, my God.
Yeah.
Oh, my God, this changes everything.
Kneel down, pray. And then say, all right, look, we do have to move on. Other things are happening in the world. which we have to report, but we just want to kind of make a line here.
Right.
Between the most important event in human history, the finding of Jesus' tomb, and the rest of the drivel that we have to report on a daily basis.
Acknowledge the rest of this stuff doesn't mean anything, but we do have to move on.
Right.
But let's just pause for a second and look at each other and go, oh, my God.
Yeah, let's all just
oh my God.
Clasp hands and reflect on this moment before we move on.
Well, this is what the CW in New York City did at the end of the Jesus story.
Now, they were among 10 coffins found in a cave near Jerusalem in the 80s, including one inscribed Judah, son of Jesus. But scholars and clergy say the names don't prove that Jesus was not resurrected. An upstate woman is given the gift of sight after 65 years of progressively going blind.
All right. The first obvious thing. Not even a pause.
Right.
It's almost like it's the same story. But at least like the news guy there said, okay, Jesus, woman getting her sight back.
Cure the blind.
There's a miracle thing happening here.
Almost a Jesus tie-in.
It's a good segue.
Jesus coffin segue.
They did okay. They get a passing grade, although they did not do the pause and go, this is really effed up today.
But they kind of did do, Jesus kind of well known. That was kind of his gig.
Yeah.
Going around, making blind people see, things like that.
Right.
So that's kind of a tie-in.
So we give him a passing grade?
They get a pass.
Wouldn't it be great if the big solution for her is somebody just handed her glasses that she had misplaced in 1940?
Oh, well, that's much better.
Is it? You dumb old broad.
Well,
I can see.
Our local Fox station, you have your own, and they're just as silly as ours, let's be honest here. Let's see how they handled the Jesus coffin story.
Did the segue between most important story in human history into next story.
And how they handled it. Here we go.
Has nothing whatsoever to do with Jesus. He was known of Jesus of Nazareth, not Jesus of Jerusalem.
Now, one thing you should know about this discovery, it was actually made back in 1980. Documentary supporters say it wasn't made public because some experts believe that the names on the caskets were very common during that time, so they didn't look into a Christ connection. Thank you, Jerry. 540, still ahead on Good Day Wake Up. Too good to be true. This sweet donut diners thought they could only dream about. Now a reality?
They followed up the Jesus coffin story with the donut story.
Jesus into donuts. Sweet, delicious donuts.
That's why we don't respect you on any level.
That's great.
You can't follow up the Jesus coffin story with a delicious
locale donuts.
Yeah, thank you, Anthony.
That's wonderful. It's a miracle. A donut with low calories, Opie? I give them a pass. It is truly miraculous. Tasty, yet it won't make you fat.
And have our little crown of thorns donut. It's a donut with little sprinkles placed discreetly on it.
Sprinkles like that. That's great.
She didn't even acknowledge that the story was even on her airwaves.
How about a big spike crulla? Hey, no, nothing like that. No, thank you. A little skid. Ooh, I almost hit the wall.
Not bad, but there you go. There's 2 examples so far. More coming in. We got the staff working hard behind the scenes, seeing what the local news is doing and how they report the coffin story.
Steve from Bayshore saying stigmata jelly donut. That'd be interesting. The donut is leaking red. My God, it's bleeding.
Yeah, let's say hi to Sonny Farrelli in Boston. What's up, Sonny?
Hey, what's happening? I figured since it was 2 for Tuesday, maybe you can play 2 assaults on the media today.
Yeah, Sonny, I saw your assault on the media. You did a great job yesterday. You look like a creep. I saw the behind-the-scenes footage.
Yeah, I took that idea from you. I figured get that camera rolling there and film some behind-the-scenes footage. It kind of reminded me of the Blair Witch Project a bit.
Yeah, that was just the camera angle. That was all that reminded me of the Blair Witch was your camera angle. It was up your nostrils. By the way, you ever hear of editing? Jesus, that behind-the-scenes stuff went long.
Yeah, basically...
You could thank No Filter Paul for that one. He edited it all.
Well, Sonny Farrelli was just waiting at a courthouse for them to do their live shot, waiting, and he's filming himself.
Dude, it was light out when they started. Yeah. It was dark when they finished, and there was a documentary done where the payoff was them running up to the reporter and then they showed the actual news report and how it aired on the TV, and then the behind the scenes of them running up with the camcorder. That's pretty much all that was needed. Maybe a little setup beforehand. This thing went on like a Costner movie. It was forever. It was light out when they started, and then pitch black out when they finished.
Yeah, what station did you hit there, Sonny?
It was Channel 7, and, the thing about Channel 7 is they start their newscast at 4 o'clock in the afternoon.
Yeah.
So they ran that story right at 4, but I had showed up at like 4:10, so I had just missed the first shot. So I kind of figured they were going to do it again at 4:30 or at 5. I had to wait until freaking 6 to get the shot.
And it was funny, the guy was doing his live shot outside the courthouse, and you see Sonny running up the sidewalk, which was amazing in itself, because we've all seen how big Sonny is.
Yeah.
How funny would that be if you just dropped dead of a heart attack like 5 feet short of the reporter?
Oh, my God, and he gets to do the story.
Well, that's why I had the video camera, so, that would have been actually really funny. But, that guy that I met, that's the funny part of the behind-the-scenes footage, because that guy was admitting on camera that, he may have warrants, and he's showing me where he lives.
Yeah, I think he was just more or less joking. But it was a fine assault on the media. Something that we're not really supporting right now, but if you are going to do one of these things, just make sure you don't touch the reporters or anything like that.
Who are we to tell people what to do?
Yeah, but Sonny just running up the sidewalk behind this guy at full steam and yelling and screaming, our names. Thank you, Sonny.
You're welcome. Thanks, guys.
All right, I think the video's up on opieandanthony.com, but here's the audio.
Francis, that babysitter did come to court and was charged with kidnapping the very child she was supposed to be caring for. We did not hear any apology today, and still the question of what's unanswered, of why it happened, still unanswered. So police spoke with her husband, who indicates in his police report.
Oh, brother.
I feel good about that, I do. Especially how these dopes are reporting the coffin of Jesus. That's what you get. You're not real in our eyes. You're just dopes.
They don't need to stand outside. It's just posturing. Like, why don't you just pull up in front of the courthouse and sit in the car?
Yeah.
There's no reason to stand outside in Portland.
Stand out there.
Sit in the car.
You could hear him coming, though. That's what's so funny. Him running up the sidewalk screaming.
One thing I noticed Sonny could have done. So you've got to realize we're on two mediums here. Could have thrown in a little BCN plug.
Yeah, that would have been nice.
It's up there in Boston. Could have given him BCN a little. How do you do?
Yeah.
Little XM Cellular Radio, little A, all BCN. He had time to yell it out twice.
With all the crap that's going on, it's very, very, very important that you support the local radio station.
Yeah.
Trust me on that.
Exactly.
Trust me on that. Hey, we got more Jesus Story segues coming in.
Ooh.
I guess, you're getting listeners from all over the country sending them in to you, Dan?
Oh, I have my ways. No, actually, these are just some I found this morning without any... I mean, you just plug in Jesus and James Cameron. Every single story just segues into something ridiculous.
Yeah, right. That's the point we're making today. If you're going to report that you might have found the coffin of Jesus, you got to stop and give a holy crap.
Give it literally. You got to give it the respect that it is due.
Do something. Look at the camera and just make your eyes real wide.
Oh God!
Do you know what this means?
Repent.
This means everything we believe is not true.
Right.
But this is how they did the segue at a station in Texas.
Some Christians say this attacks the very core of their faith and is part of a growing industry of movies and books about Jesus and his family.
I think you have a smart businessman deciding that this is a documentary that's going to make a lot of money.
Cashing in on one of the greatest stories of all time. Wilfdenick, ABC News, Jerusalem.
The Reverend Al Sharpton says he wants a DNA test now to determine if he is...
If he is I think he is.
A squaw? Yeah.
I was going to say.
The guy doesn't even acknowledge what he just heard.
No. And the guy that was reporting said the most important story, ever told. And then the guy goes into Reverend Al, wants a DNA test done to see if he's related to Thurman. Strom Thurman.
If I was a news anchor, I would go, look, weather dude, go home. We don't need you today. We got
need the weather.
We got some stuff to talk about today.
Weather. Whatever the Lord says the weather will be, that's what the weather will be. We found Jesus' coffin. It's Jesus. Just really get passionate about it.
Are you starting to realize that these guys are just dopes on the local news? The guy didn't even acknowledge that story just went on.
Yeah.
It's just another day at the office for this guy.
Just, Reverend Al Sharpton in the news also. Jesus and the Reverend Al.
This could shut down our religion. Do you understand that?
Wow, Opie.
Do you understand that?
Where have you heard that?
All right, the next one comes from Boston. Yeah, later maybe. This is how they handled the Jesus story and what they segged into next.
I'm not a biblical scholar, but to a layman's eye, it seemed pretty darn compelling. And as a documentary filmmaker, I was very, very attracted to this story. I said, I think literally, this is the biggest archaeology story of the century.
The documentary is set to air next week on the Discovery Channel. And in Houston, what some say is an image of the Virgin Mary has people traveling miles just to get a glimpse of a pizza pan.
Yeah.
I had hope for Boston.
You almost
I had hope. I'm like, okay, wait a minute.
Felt good about it for a second. I'm like, all right, Jesus, Mary, this is good, this is good, this is good. Pizza pan, okay.
I'm like, all right, wow. Mary's figured I got to show my face because, they need me. This is such unbelievable news today. I got to show my face.
Yeah, they found Jesus's tomb. Mary is going to now show her face.
Like, look, I'm going to hold a press conference. This is it. I have to now. I have to show my face.
Why does the Virgin Mary have to show up on stuff? Why can't she just show up?
She's like Waldo.
Yeah, you gotta kind of find her in things. Why can't Mary just show up and go, hey, it's me.
Hey,
Mary.
I'm right here.
Hi, here I am. It's not a statue that's crying blood. It's not a pizza pan. It's not a window reflection. It's not a piece of toast. It's not
a potato chip.
It's not a potato chip.
It's not a knot in a tree. Here I am.
Me.
Right.
God.
I got to hear that again.
If you just looked for Alfred Hitchcock in everything, people would be coming up and saying, here, look, it's the image of Alfred Hitchcock. Just pick anybody, and you'll find them in things.
Yeah. There's people out there that believe in this crap, though, man. They'll line up for days to take a look.
Can someone tell stupid James Cameron to change his terminology? Because he implied that this Jesus thing was the biggest story archaeologically in 7 years.
In 7 years?
7 years.
Yeah. Biggest story of the century.
Well, if we went back, the century. If we went back into the other century, obviously, the biggest story would be the first Indiana Jones movie.
Yeah.
Which was really good.
It really
and
was.
a great archaeological story.
Absolutely.
Image of the Virgin Mary has people traveling miles just to get a glimpse of a pizza pan. I want you to take a look at it. A school cafeteria worker found this stain as she washed it last week.
Smash her in the face while she's looking.
Nearby home in all of its glory now. The narrow street where the house is has been turned into a parking lot by the hundreds of people who are streaming in to witness what is described as a miracle. The Archdiocese of Houston doesn't call it a miracle, but rather a great show of faith.
8 minutes before 6 right now. Time to check Wall Street. Bloomberg's Nicole Pedalini is in the city with our business news.
So a school cafeteria worker found the image of the Virgin Mary.
Yep.
It's a stain on a pan.
Stain on a
pan. And this idiot's worshiping it. She's worshiping a stained pan.
100 people show up. People show up. God, we ought to do that.
Yes.
Is there any way we can push the fact that we have found the image of Mary on something and get 100 lunatics to show up and pray to whatever ridiculous item, one of Jimmy's logs, anything.
Yeah, let's just get an image. Let's get an image of little Jimmy Norton in the snow outside.
It is not a sin to get rid of a dirty stain.
But that stain is on a pizza pan, and it's Jesus.
And finally, one more of these. ABC World News. Now we're going national.
This is national. It's got to be big. They have to handle it properly.
The coffin of Jesus and how they handled it. Did they stop and give you the oh my God moment? Or did they just seg into a ridiculous story? Let's find out here.
One thing is certain. A debate that has gone on for centuries will continue long after these filmmakers are gone. For Nightline, I'm Will Finnick in Jerusalem.
And I think they are going to make a lot of money off of that. Very interesting, but we'll see.
A lot of people's attention, as I said earlier. I think a lot of people are going to be talking about that one at the water.
I see. This shows you at least they're a little better than the local news.
Discussing it.
They realize they got to say something after a
Got to
story
acknowledge
like that.
it. Huge story. Guys in Jerusalem.
Yeah.
Also, they sent someone there.
Yeah.
So they got to kind of, play it up. It's pretty big.
You think you hand in your receipts, to the big guy at work? Hey, this was my trip to see Jesus' coffin.
Jesus. Were you watching porno at the hotel? And we got a movie. I don't recognize the title. Guy goes to do the Jesus' tomb story, and he's watching porno in his Tel Aviv hotel.
Very interesting, but we'll see.
So far, so good. Attention, as I said earlier, I think a lot of people are going to be talking about that one at the water cooler. Okay, speaking of births and deaths, that's the best I could do on a transition. Let's go to St. Louis and look at a cute little baby elephant just born. The second Asian elephant, I'm told.
I give it to the guy.
Wait, how do you know it's an Asian elephant that has a tiny trunk?
A little trunk. You can't tell if it's happy or sad. I'll give it to the guy. He goes, look, that's the best segue I could do. Because even he was like, dude, it's the Jesus story. Well, and I'm going into goofy elephant mode.
Yeah, well, then, I don't know. Maybe you shouldn't try then. Oh, we got a couple more coming in. This is
from walking on water to sucking it up in your trunk and splashing it on your back. What do you want from me? It's the Jesus story. I'm talking about an effing elephant.
I would just start praying. I would just kneel down on TV and just start praying.
Just pray.
I think we all need a good prayer at this moment in time. All right.
Jesus is saying we have to break.
Yeah?
Yes.
What does he know?
It's Jesus.
It's the Opie and Anthony Show.
It's the Opie and Anthony Show. The Opie and Anthony virus.
You're checking out the Opie and Anthony Show. That's really funny. We're watching Diane Sawyer during the break here. And we noticed that, because of the high def, she's slightly out of focus and the lens is kind of just slightly cloudy to make her look a little younger.
A little Vaseline cam.
They did a story on high def and how it's messing up a lot of people's careers because now you get to see what's going on and how old they really are.
Changing the way they shoot things, too, is what they're saying.
They're saying the makeup can't cover up this A World of Hurt anymore.
So all these actors that used to want these close-ups don't want them anymore. They want to be kept back in the shot.
And you were saying The Simpsons did a little something on that?
Yeah, I saw that. I'm not sure if it was a repeat or not, but I was watching it, and it had Krusty in high def, and it was scaring the children.
They're all just screaming?
Yeah, because he gets on and goes, "Hi, kids!" And he's like all wrinkled, and he's got veins in his head and liver spots and bloodshot eyes, and his teeth are all screwed up. "Hi, it's Krusty in high def."
They say high def is ruining porn as well.
Yeah, because you see all the imperfections. That's cool, though.
You're seeing the pimples and all that crap.
Yeah, I like that.
They're like the regular, standard model girl.
Porn girls should be worried about it, though, not news people.
Yeah. Yeah, she's supposed to be delivering the news. She's not a glamour queen. She's an old broad. Get out there and just do it.
But she was originally, hired because she was a piece of ass.
Was she a goer? When? What year?
Have you ever seen old pictures of Diane Sawyer? She was
E-Rock, punch one up, please.
Really wasn't that bad, eh?
Put it on the monitor, E-Rock.
I believe she did some modeling in her day.
Did she?
Yeah.
She doesn't look like she could ever have been attractive.
She just looks old. She looks like David Spade with her hair kind of hanging in her face. You're not like a young, hip, Kurt Cobain-looking thing. You're an old bag.
But, boy, they do make use of that, whatever that story is they put on. Because then they'll switch from her to some other reporter somewhere, and the picture's crystal clear.
Yeah.
Come on, something wrong with the TV? Call up the Panasonic concierge program, because I think that there's something wrong with the Oh, no, it's not. It's a filter they put on her.
Yeah, just to make it a little out of focus to make sure those age spots don't come in.
Yeah.
Come glaring at you. All right, enough with Diane Sawyer, whatever. We find the pictures fine.
Enough, E-Rock. What are you wasting your time looking for that for?
Hey, we got two more segues, and then we'll move on to other things today. Of course, the big story, if you're waking up, is the fact that we may have found the coffin of Jesus.
Well, yeah.
This would change a lot of things if this happens to be true.
It'll never happen to be true.
And we just think the news, the local news especially, should pause after this story and go, wow.
Give them a little.
Just hear what we reported.
Yeah. Give it the importance it's due.
But no, the local news can't even stop when it's a story as important as finding the coffin of Jesus. So we're taking a close look at the local news stations today to see how they're reporting this and what story they seg in to next. Here is CBS 2 in New York.
James Cameron and the documentary's director, who wrote a book on the subject, say they have DNA evidence that supports their theory. They also say they're not trying to erode Christianity, but they're trying to tell the story of Jesus' family.
Time now 6:07, talking about the forecast. Temperature a little bit warmer.
Talking about were you? Were you talking about the forecast? Of what, mankind?
Yeah.
What forecast?
The forecast of mankind not looking too good. There's a huge black cloud over mankind.
Yes.
We don't know if it's going to start raining frogs or not.
Those coffins, I'm looking at them on the news. Don't they look like they're in incredibly good shape for being so old and moved around, I guess? Were they moved? Is that what they're saying, too? Like in 1980 they were found and they were reburied in the same place?
They moved them a little bit. They weren't like, they didn't throw them on the back of a truck and move them around for years and years. They found them, they moved them, and that's it, I think. All right, and finally, Fox 5, once again in New York, they can't get enough of the coffin of Jesus story.
Yeah.
I'm looking at the crusty thing now. It's always good when you pause on a radio show to watch TV. Holy crap.
Yeah, that'll help. Maybe you ought to get that down there, Iraq.
Yeah, thanks, Iraq. I don't blame any of us. I mean, you see Krusty the Clown, you want to take a look. But
of course you do.
We are broadcasting to 2 countries right now. And Anthony described it perfectly.
Yeah, it's enough.
But Iraq had to find it for some reason.
So we could all be distracted.
So I blame Iraq. One last story on the coffin of Jesus.
Than the news. We're worse than the news even. Talking about all of a sudden it's like the coffin of Jesus. Hey, look, it's crusty.
But at least we're acknowledging it. That's the point I'm making today.
We suck.
But we're acknowledging it.
That's true.
We're acknowledging it. Like they're not pausing. They're not stopping. They're not. They're not commenting. Why don't these dopes comment? When it's a story about us, they'll look at the camera and go, their parents must be proud.
Yeah, well.
That's a famous one that they said after a story about us. This is the coffin of Jesus. Say something.
Religion's pretty tricky. Pretty touchy situation.
Well, this is Fox 5 in New York. Listen to this segue.
Wouldn't it be funny if a reporter did the story and they looked at the camera and went, what do you think of those apples, Jews? Fam apples.
How about Jews 1, Christians 0?
Little Jesus.
All right, this is how they handled it.
But while James Cameron says the tombs are the real thing, of course, not everyone believes it. Insiders claim they didn't go public back when this was first discovered in 1980 because they didn't think there was an immediate connection to Jesus.
Students at one elementary school in California are living the dreams of kids all across the country. Their principal banned teachers from assigning homework.
Oh, there you go. That's how you follow up a story on the coffin of Jesus.
Teacher homework story. Just as important.
And you wonder why we show you no respect.
Just
None
as important.
Whatsoever.
Boy, this is the story of the day, though. Mm-hmm. Now they're having some priest is on the local Fox affiliate.
Look at this young lad.
Oh, boy.
With his hair combed to the side.
I bet he's trouble. That's all I'll say.
Fresh-faced boy.
I bet you he's trouble at the rectory. There's a whole documentary on this going to be on the Discovery Channel, so, yeah, I don't know how much...
well, we were talking about yesterday, too.
Put in this.
They find the coffin of Jesus, and obviously they're selling this to TV stations all over the world, and only the Discovery Channel bit.
Yeah.
Don't you think this should be on every channel?
Yeah, this should be like a huge...
Like one day they should say, you know what?
Presidential press conference.
You know what? I Love New York and Survivor. All that is going to have to wait a week.
Everything's got to wait. We just got to show this most important show ever.
For once, we're all in agreement that we all need to see this show at the same time.
And James Cameron is he's a ham. He really is a ham. He wants to be this. He wants to be more than a movie maker. Wants to be an adventurer. Like we were talking about yesterday for Titanic, the movie. He actually went down in a submersible and looked at the damn thing. Plenty of pictures. You're making a movie. Just build a set and shut up. But this guy's got to get in there, make a big thing of it. And now it's going to be on the Discovery Channel. They just showed a piece of the footage from Discovery where he's next to the coffin and he's brushing off dust with a little paintbrush. He's brushing it off. So he's involved directly.
But there's two guys carrying it in the documentary, and I'm thinking, do you need that pressure? What do you got? Oh, Christ.
Yeah, that's a rough one to carry out.
What goes through your head?
Could you help me move Christ out of here?
I want to talk about pressure. He's an adventurer, though.
Yeah, so he's all over the place doing this. And then, of course, they show some CGI work.
Wait, can I ask you a question?
They're walking through the tombs.
You wouldn't go and see the Titanic if you had a chance?
I thought about that. I don't know. I think it looks pretty claustrophobic, my friend. That submersible, there's no room in there. And when you realize how far down you are and what would happen if one of those windows bust in on you, you'd be dead in a second, though.
You just smoke a little doobie.
Bringing a doobie down there. There's no doobies down there. Can't be smoking doobies. I just think it would be really claustrophobic. Probably be very exciting.
I would go for that.
I don't know.
All right.
Stay up here on dry land.
We've had a lot of attention overnight.
Yeah.
We'll get into that in a second, but we had an assault on the media.
We were mouthing off yesterday.
No Filter Paul did an assault on the media as well. And now, we're going to get to that story in a second, but what I was talking about, there's a detective who's a huge fan of the Opie and Anthony show. He sent this in himself. CBS 2 story about hate speech graffiti. The story is whatever. At the end of the story, though, this detective sneaks in an O&A reference.
Oh.
Okay. Steve's bad acting.
Yeah, of course.
I'm sorry, that's terrible. The detective sneaks
Terrible, I'm sorry.
The detective sneaks this in at the end of the story and then couldn't wait to send it in and say, guys, look what I did for you guys. So here's the audio.
It is all over a neighborhood in Roxbury.
This is the most disgraceful thing I've seen in this neighborhood since I moved in here 14 years ago.
Words of hate too offensive to put on the air. Spray painted on at least 20 cars, a boat, and a convenience store on Mount Arlington Boulevard.
There was some offensive graffiti directed towards African Americans and Middle Eastern Americans as well.
This Krausers was also targeted. The owners of this store are from India.
You just look at it and you think that's terrible, and I'm sorry. It's just for the people involved and the victims.
It's terrible, and I'm sorry.
He got a little nervous, but he got it out.
That's terrible. I'm sorry.
That's only funny for the people. It's only funny for the people that really, really know the Opie and Anthony show, just to bring everyone on board.
That's terrible. I'm sorry.
There it is.
Steve's bad acting.
That's terrible. I'm sorry.
But he goes, that's terrible, and I'm sorry.
And I'm sorry.
And I'm sorry.
For the and then he's got to justify why he said it for the families.
The families of.
Why was he apologizing? Did he do it? He just implicated himself.
Right. Just to get a reference in. All right.
That's very funny.
If you turn to the back of the Daily News,
where's our worksheet?
We got a massive headline in the Daily News today in the back, in the television section. They like writing about us in the TV section for some reason.
Don't they know we do radio?
And there's a great picture of Anthony just pointing.
Oh, I'm all disgusted. I'm just like,
and the picture says, share space with Stern. Doubtful for Anthony Cumia, and he's pointing.
Wow.
Because we had one of these Daily News photographers come in back in the day, probably about a year ago at this point. No, when we first started here, I guess. And Anthony just likes to do some goofy poses for him after a while, because they just keep taking the same shot.
They keep snapping pictures of me just sitting here with my arms folded at the mic. So I put on these goofy faces, and I point, and I make it like I'm saying something important, just so they could snap that picture, because I know those are the ones that they'll use, and it'll be kind of goofy.
Yeah.
And they use that one.
Yeah, they got it today. I remember when they took that picture, you were just saying something silly. Like,
I think that is I am starting to say the F word.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because I just pointed and said the F word.
Okay.
So I got a going, and my brow is all furrowed. I'm all...
Well, at the end of yesterday's show, we started...
really an awful picture. Jesus.
At the end of yesterday's show, we started doing some yapping.
Yeah.
Because it came to our attention that our old boss, who fired us for the Sex for Sam thing, he might be the new boss of the two satellite radio companies that are merging. Well, he's going to be the CEO if it all goes through. And that makes us very, very nervous because he did fire us back in the day, and we haven't talked to the guy since. And he's very, 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 very close with Howard, which I don't blame him. I mean, those guys have made a lot of money together, a lot of money, and I guess they're sort of friends and all. And everyone,
buddies.
And everyone knows that we just don't get along with Howard because of all the crap he did to us back in the day when we were working for the same company.
Well, the problems with Mel in this show, I consulted Mel and convinced him to invest a lot of his money in WorldCom. And that has been
that could have been a problem.
Yeah,
that could have been an issue.
So we played this audio of Mel on Howard's show, and they were just having lots and lots of laughs yesterday.
Oh, just yucking it up.
And they're playing clips of the sound clip Fired and all that in reference to us.
Yeah.
And Mel wasn't sitting there going, now. He was enjoying the sound clips and enjoying talking about our future.
Not mentioning us by name, which that was the biggest issue I had. The biggest issue I had was the fact that it's not an oversight. It's not some kind of an oversight where, well, we mentioned a bunch of the other shows on XM, satellite radio, but it was an oversight. Or, they're just one of many shows on there. This is blatantly obvious. They're talking about our program.
Yeah.
Robin brings it up. They're talking about us. And they refuse to mention our name. And when Mel refuses to mention our name, that makes me a little weary or a little leery about our relationship and what it would be if he was our boss.
And just to make it perfectly clear, he's running the competition, right? But he had no problem mentioning all the other fine programming of XM satellite radio.
Yeah.
With one glaring omission, and we're pretty much the most popular thing on XM satellite radio.
Yeah.
Pretty much. There's a couple things that beat us, but in general, we're doing very, very well.
And if you're going to talk about us, talk about us. Say, this is who we're talking about. Don't talk about some people over there or a show or this or that. We're the only one doing the FM and satellite simulcast in the way we're doing it, in the way they're addressing it.
Yeah. So we're nervous, and we should be nervous. So we talked about it yesterday, and now we get a huge headline in the Daily News today. It says SiriusXM merger could leave Opie and Anthony grounded.
I'm not nervous. I'm pissed. I got plenty of friggin' options. I'm just like, I'm annoyed with the situation. Nervous would, I really, really, if they decide, hey, you're out, fine, so be it. We got plenty of other things to do. But it's just that this annoys me because it's so blatant. The omission of our names here is so blatant and obvious and calculated that it leads me to believe that it would be a very uncomfortable situation for this program to work under this guy with Howard over there and everything.
Just like it was back in the day.
Just like it was, yeah.
Like nothing has changed after all these years.
It would be the same situation. So why if it's the same players and nothing has changed, we haven't had to sit down with any of these people. We haven't, smoothed things over. So when you put the same people in the same situation, you're going to get the same results. And we're going to be crapped on. And, that's just how it's going to be. So and right off the bat, before anything, they are showing bad faith here with the way that they're handling us just by talking about us.
Well, the article states here, though a decision on the proposed XM Sirius satellite radio merger is months away, Opie and Anthony warned yesterday that they could be among its casualties. Opie and Anthony heard 6 to 9 a.m. daily on 24 CBS radio stations, including WFNY here in New York City. And then they do, a couple hours at XM. But Mel Karmazin, who would be CEO of the yet unnamed merged company, told Howard Stern yesterday he has little interest in sharing satellite hosts with terrestrial radio.
Mm-hmm. And that was they were just talking about us. Because it doesn't have an interest. Don't they broadcast like Fox News? We do that, right?
Mm-hmm.
XM? So they're going to get rid of that? They're going to get rid of sharing like TV and other radio programs. How about Sean Hannity?
How about basketball? How about
basketball,
you share that? You share
football? You're sharing with terrestrial broadcasting. That's sharing. What does that mean? Baseball. You can hear that on terrestrial radio, and you can hear it on satellite radio. That's sharing. That's sharing.
And there is a value to this that we don't want to get into right now because,
of course, there is.
It's very sensitive for everybody involved. But there certainly is a value for XM that we're on regular radio.
This is a dig at this program.
Absolutely.
That is what they are doing here.
And then it goes on. I have not seen that in any way, shape, or form as being an advantage, said Karmazin, who didn't specifically cite Opie and Anthony. The more different our talent is, the better. Anthony Cumio later commented, Mel's answer didn't make me feel welcome. Opie, Greg Hughes, said yesterday that something's got to give and added that if satellite doesn't want O&A, they wouldn't mind doing terrestrial radio full-time. And that is a fact. We wouldn't mind this at all.
Why not?
Opie and Anthony, CBS and XM have all said the current deal benefits everyone. O&A are reportedly under joint contract into 2008, and Karmazin said yesterday all contracts will be honored. A more subtle issue also surfaced yesterday when Opie and Anthony said they would not work for the new satellite entity if they were going to play second fiddle to Stern. Stern and O&A have had a tense relationship going back to the days when Stern was the morning powerhouse on K-Rock and Opie and Anthony were successful afternoon hosts on CBS sister station WNEW. Stern asked Karmazin, then the head of CBS Radio, to forbid Opie and Anthony from talking about him on the air. That is a fact. Stern's opposition also reportedly played a role in CBS declining to put Opie and Anthony on K-Rock, which many radio people felt would have created a stronger station. Since Stern went to Sirius in January 2006, the sniping has continued. Opie and Anthony say Stern has faded, losing more than 80% of his free radio audience, while Stern notes that O&A haven't come close to matching his terrestrial ratings. Before Karmazin came into the studio yesterday, Stern also said the merged satellite company should not share talent with free radio. That's in the Daily News today.
Yeah, boy.
So we're a little nervous. We're a little nervous. It's the same old crap. 4 or 5 years haven't changed a thing, is what we're thinking.
I'll sit here. I don't care.
Yeah.
Have fun.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Well,
all right.
Whatever it takes.
We should take a break, unless you have more to say on that. I think we've said it all, right?
Nah.
Jimmy, you all right? Feeling better?
Just irritated.
You are irritated?
Yeah. Beyond belief.
It's more just, irritated and aggravated and pissed. Because it's just, this whole thing is supposed to be a big rah-rah happy fest. You know? Let's bring the companies together. It'll be all nice and well and fine. And then, right off the bat, we got to deal with that.
Well, there's no acknowledgement that we exist.
Yeah, which believe me, don't try to turn it into an ego thing. Has nothing to do with an ego thing like we should be mentioned. I could care less if they mentioned us or not. It's the fact that they're talking about us without mentioning us. If you're going to talk about us, be honest and talk about us. Don't cover it up. Don't make glaring omissions of us. When Gary Parsons from XM talked about us, mentioned our name as one of the programs that are doing well on XM.
He's an XM guy.
And then, Mel Karmazin doesn't mention us.
And doesn't even acknowledge that Gary said that. And then when he writes his own email to his entire staff at Sirius, he mentions all the fine programming at XM except for us, even though we're one of the most popular shows on the entire platform.
Then he goes on Howard's show and they discuss our situation as far as doing terrestrial and satellite at the same time. And they don't mention our name. Mel doesn't mention it. He just says all contracts will be, honored. Be honest. Just say what you mean.
We just want to know where we stand. That's all.
Where do we stand?
Let us know where we stand so we can move on with our careers. You all right, Jimmy? Got it all out?
Yeah. Well put.
All right. It's the Opie and Anthony Show.
It's the Opie and Anthony Show. The Opie and Anthony virus.
Hey, it's Ralphie May. Fuck. I'm horrible at this shit. It's early. Hey, this is Ralphie May. March 2nd, Friday, March 2nd, I'm at the Ryman Auditorium in Nashville. Big concert. Come on out. Bunch of creepy bastards. I need your help. Go to my website. It's ralphiemay.com, and it'll have all the stuff on there. Actually, my website's really cool. You can actually see me as Anna Nicole Smith when she was fat. I suck.
Opie and Anthony, XM 202.
It is the Opie and Anthony Show. Phone number 1-866-313-FREE. What else is going on today? Well, they still haven't buried Anna Nicole Smith.
What? You. God, that bitch has to be stinking up a storm.
And what about James Brown? We all forgot about James Brown.
James Brown, they just did a DNA test on or something.
What?
Yeah, they're looking to see some kind of, I guess some people want his money. So they're coming out of the woodwork and they got to, like, keep peeling pieces off of him.
I'm talking about James Brown.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, there's the paternity suits and stuff going on with that, too.
Oh, really?
As far as whose kids he had.
And they haven't buried him yet either, right?
Nope. But Anna Nicole, what was it, about a week ago? They were talking about how she was starting to rot. Now, she was supposed to be buried. They said the judge, remember him, the ham judge?
Yeah.
Judge actor?
Yeah.
He was crying when he delivered his decision that she should be buried down in the Bahamas with her son. Well, turns out there's an appeal because the mother wants her buried in Texas.
Mm-hmm.
So she appealed, and the judge upheld the her appeal. So, again, she doesn't get buried. So she's just sitting somewhere rotting away.
And that creepy coroner is freaking everyone out going, she's starting to rot.
Oh, there's no keeping this.
Does it really matter? That's what I think. Does it really matter that she's rotting a little bit?
If she's rotting, I think
what does it matter?
I don't know. Yeah, they're not going to have an open casket at this point.
No. She's dead. All right, she's rotting a little bit. Keep her on ice. We'll get to her eventually.
She looks like one of those apples that you carve the face in and let it dry on the windowsill for a while. Just kind of,
So what, this is the last appeal? The mom's going for it one last time?
I don't know if it's the last one or what, but they gave her the appeal, so they're going to duke it out in court a little longer. And then there's questions, who is the guardian? Who's the next of kin? And they're saying that the next of kin is the infant daughter that she just had. So whoever has, what do they call that? Custody of the daughter is the one that actually has all the say in this. So they're trying to decide who has custody. It's just a big rotting mess.
How do we get wrapped up in this?
I don't know.
This should have been a story that should have been a day, maybe 2 days.
Yeah. Well, the entertainment shows really are pouring it on.
MSNBC, CNN.
Yeah, them too.
It's every night is just large chunks of time on this thing.
Mm-hmm.
Why?
Because
she wasn't even that famous.
She was kind of an attractive hosebag who's now rotting. It's kind of cool when you think about it.
Kind of like Diane Sawyer.
Yeah.
There's been a lot.
She has the dignity to do it in a coffin somewhere. Diane Sawyer's on TV.
There's been a lot of attractive bimbos. Why this one?
Yeah. Did they do things like this, like in the old days, Marilyn? Was that big? I know that became like big thing a little, like afterwards.
Right.
It became like almost a legend kind of a thing. But at the time, was the Marilyn Monroe thing like a big thing, that the DiMaggio tie-in and the Kennedy thing? And, was that like this? I know they didn't have as many news outlets as they do now, but did people really care as much? Or did the news think people care? Because I think it's more they think we care. Like, I know about it. I know a lot about the news and stuff that's going on. But do I care about it? Not in the least. I could give a flying whatever what happens to her body, her kid, the lawyer, the judge. It just doesn't matter to me.
What about, sometimes I'm a bad boy.
Sometimes I'm a bad boy. Okay, Zsa Zsa's ex-husband.
He made it interesting for a while.
That's the guy. Or ex-husband, it's still a husband.
Where did he go?
He just fell off the face of the earth. He said, okay,
I think his buddies got together with him and said, what are you doing? You look ridiculous. You look so stupid up there.
He was claiming to be the father of the kid for a while, and
Yeah, we haven't heard from him.
I don't know, but that I just realized that just saying it, that, and I think a lot of people do this. You wind up getting a lot of information from these news organizations. There's all kinds of news you could any time of day or night, and with the internet, forget about it. You're reading stuff and you're watching videos constantly. You're being barraged with what's happening, what's new in the world. But do you care about it? Like, I know a lot about the stories, but there's probably 1% of what I actually get the knowledge of that I really care about.
Do you care about the Britney stuff?
No. I find it funny. I find it interesting, like a sight gag.
I don't mean care
kind of way, but I don't care about the news. I could care which. Here's how I judge if I care.
I don't mean care about her personally. Just the story doesn't make you.
Here's how I judge.
Go ahead.
If I care about a story or not. I don't have any interest in which way the story goes. She could drop dead of a drug overdose, or she could pull it out, grow her hair back, and have a comeback like Elvis did. And I would not care either way. I think that's the way I judge now if I care about a story or not. Like right now, the biggest thing in the news that I really care about is the Iraq situation. I care about that. It's a little early to really care about the election, but I'm interested in it, and I'm looking in, I peek in on what's happening and what they're saying. Right now, it's just Hillary and Obama beating each other up. Way to go, Democrats. Got business as usual. Way to hold together and really keep that unity so the Republicans can just rip you apart. What a couple of idiots. They just won't stop bashing each other. But again, a little too early for that. But the Iraq thing, the increase in the body count over there is ridiculous. Afghanistan just had a big bombing when Dick Cheney was over there. That stuff I care about because you care which way it's going. I kind of care about the end game as far as that's concerned. But a lot of these other stories, who cares?
How about the Idol contestant?
That I care about.
You've heard, right, Jimmy?
She could get kicked off.
The racy pictures?
Ooh, the hot broad.
The hot broad from Jersey.
This is a great story.
The hot broad from Jersey has all these crazy kind of modeling pictures online where she's showing a lot. She's topless in a few. She's wearing see-through tops in a few. She's wet in a few.
Yeah, a couple of little,
and she's
just about innocent, but, something a 20-year-old girl would do, a little scantily clad.
She's admitting to those, to the modeling shots, but she's not admitting to the shot of her taking care of a dude.
Hardcore.
Yeah, we got hardcore, Jimmy.
Show Jimmy quick. E-Rock.
What's wrong with you,
E-Rock? What is the matter with you? Get the picture up there. Hit him. Someone punch him in the face.
Why would you have it in your favorites?
Fans going over there to hit him.
See, these racy shots. They're really sexy. She's wet. She's got a see-through top.
Oh, E-Rock's throwing something at Than. Than's a martial artist. You're insane. Oh, look at her. Look at her right there.
Very sexy.
Damn. Than, get out of the way. Someone punch Than.
Now, that's a bottom you'd want to spank, right, Jimmy?
Bottom.
That's a bare bottom.
Where are the, those pics?
Yeah.
The ones where she's,
E-Rock.
Doing stuff to a guy.
E-Rock is searching like they're going to still be on the internet.
Oh, I know.
Didn't you just save them?
Didn't you?
Why would you save them?
There we go.
Okay, but they are.
But those are those the pixelated ones? You son of a boo.
So this is the same girl, supposedly. But the latest today is she and her friends are claiming that's not her.
Let me tell you something about
that is so her
about those pictures. There's something happens to a girl's face when she's doing that. They can always claim it's not them.
I'll tell you what happens to their face. They just look natural and good.
Look, that's her.
That is so her.
That's her. Look at her eyes.
But the new thing is you could just say it's not you, and that's it.
Yeah.
Show me another picture.
Jimmy, sit down.
I can't.
Oh, my God.
Jimmy,
Jesus, Jimmy.
Down.
How fantastic is she? She has to win.
She's such a good egg.
It could be her or Clay Aiken. It's one of the two.
What's wrong with you?
What's right with me? How can you not? She's really
Jimmy
hot.
Stands up, and it's just Pup Tent City.
But it's amazing how instant it is with you.
Dude, that's sexy to me. That's sexier than porn.
Look at that.
Like
look, but now that they're coming out like her best friend and other people saying it's just not her.
Show me a picture of her.
It's so her.
Show me a picture of her, Hawk, before I bite you.
It is so her. But what do you
there's something that happens to a girl's face when she's doing that makes it so you can say that it's not you. They kind of get their cheeks kind of turned into... You ever see Invasion of the Body Snatchers, the movie? Right when the body crumbles up and the bean pod turns into who you were? That's what their face does. Matthew. And so you could kind of say it's not you because your face doesn't look like your normal face. She's kind of sucking in.
It looks exactly like her. And then she's got certain moles on her face, and now they're trying to say that those were placed in Photoshop to make it look more like her.
Oh, stop.
This is so her.
It looks like she's eating something very sour. She's going, no, it's not me.
Maybe she just did. He may not be good with the forewarnings.
I'll tell you, late last week, Anthony and I were talking. We're like, I'm done with American Idol. Forget this stupid show. I'm watching tonight. I'm watching tomorrow.
Yeah.
They would be stupid to kick her off anytime soon for this.
Oh, this is horrible. Her parents, Vincenzo and Valerie Barba, didn't immediately respond to messages left on answering machines. The poor father. Oh, God.
Probably him in the pictures.
Lucky dog.
And someone is comparing the boob shots and saying that proves it's not her. Are you that stupid? She's leaning forward. It changes
She's doing
the
a little
shape of
something
everything.
weird. That picture, even though it's hokey, go back one, dummy. Thank you. Even though take the friggin' start menu down. Holy Jesus, I want to clock him. It's a hokey picture because it's that stupid rose petal picture
from American Beauty.
American Beauty.
Mm-hmm.
But boy, she's got a pretty good body on her.
Where in Jersey is she from?
She's from Jersey?
Is she?
Maybe.
Wow. Pleasant, New Jersey.
Nice work, Lou.
Hey, yeah.
That was Lou in the picture.
Let's go to Steve. What's up, Steve?
The Turk gave him a little more than a pat on the back.
Hope I got to disagree with you, man. She's got a nice set of C's or D's. And then when you look from the top down, she's got cones. I don't think that's the same picture.
People are comparing the boobs in the model shots and then the X-rated shots.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, it's the same girl. Look.
I haven't seen any total topless shot.
Well, look at her boobs
aside
in that shot.
from
those are not D's.
Dude, they're covered with something, too.
The pictures of her in the fountain, she has got a nice set on
There's
her.
lingerie. Where is a nude picture of her breasts without any lingerie or bra or anything?
And Steve,
the ones in the fountain, you could see she lifts her shirt up so you could see the bottom half of it. And she's got nice...
bottom half. Dude, she could be pushing down on the top. Boobs act like balloons.
Listen, you queer, do you go out with girls?
Do you know what a boob does?
Boobs take all sorts of different shapes depending on what's going on with the girl.
Right. And what position she's in.
It doesn't stay in the same shape all the time.
Hey, dummy, if a girl takes her breasts and pushes down on the top of them, like with her palms right over the areas that aren't allowed to be seen on television, and pushes down, the bottoms are going to bulge out. And it's going to look like she's bigger. Just the fact that every breast picture she's taken, she's covering with her hands or has some kind of lingerie on, she's self-conscious about the size.
And she's leaning back, she's on her back.
Right.
That makes them set up real nice. But if you're
you,
leaning completely
Opie.
forward doing an X-rated act there, they're going to hang differently.
Right, and she's almost doing a push-up, which the muscles then will pull to the side a little bit. You could see like the muscles between the breast and her armpits are pulling.
And what if she's having that time of, the time that the girls get?
When they get a little puffy.
That makes it a little different.
Yes, Jimmy Norton.
Full in that one, though, man.
She looks full in that one.
A little party hat. Her breasts look really nice and full. She's really fantastic.
She's sitting down. She looks great on the show.
Yeah,
like fully clothed. She's got like a really nice look to her.
Great.
Big doe eyes she's got.
But there's the really
and you can
bad...
see him looking up at that guy who was taking that picture.
Yes. Her best friend that she tried out with says the really bad ones aren't her. I've studied them. It's not her nose. She never had acrylic nail tips like the woman in the photo in her life. She's the least slutty person I know.
Girls always get a bit of a Roman nose when they're doing that. Because yeah, they kind of got a Roman nose. What'd you?
How can they say this is not her? It is so obvious to me. What do you think, Jimmy?
I would like somebody who knows computers to put obviously just to put one picture of the sex picture and the regular picture. Just put me two of her face side to side.
Well, they're looking at marks on her face. They
matched up little beauty marks on her above her brow and on her jawbone, and they match up with the other one. But now people are saying that's photoshopped in. Oh. You know, it's so hard to. But look at her brow line. Look at her eyebrow line.
Can I tell you something?
Her eyes are the same.
Who would go through the trouble of matching up moles?
Well, I could definitely see some lunatic doing that, but it doesn't look like it was done.
But you can see the eyes are exactly the same.
Yeah. Her eyes are the same.
Just stop. It's her. She got caught.
Her brow line is the same.
Well, this picture is different because there's nothing in her mouth.
Well, that picture, upper left or upper right.
Oh, I know.
Yeah, you can definitely tell there's something going on in there.
And obviously Jimmy can tell. Will you sit back down,
I
please?
got 3.5.
You're making everyone very uncomfortable right now.
I got nothing now. The circle's killed it for me.
I know. When you circle moles, it really is a buzzkill, isn't it, Jimmy?
Yeah, that one's not.
But see, in the X-rated shot, her boobs. Now you take those boobs and you lean her back. The presentation's going to be like all the other shots.
It's going to be different.
Definitely.
God, that's nice.
So everyone's trying to figure out if these photos are real. And come on, stop.
The cones are hot. You don't like the cones? I like the cones.
Right. I like the cones. I like the cones. You like the cones? I like the cones.
I like the cones, too.
Cone in your pants. Jimmy. It's so funny because he's looking at him and no one even notices, but then he's got to mention, well, I'm kind of enjoying this. Oh, God,
How could
Jimmy.
You not, though? That really struck me as sexy. And normally, if that was just a porn girl, that would do nothing for me.
Well, yeah. That is much hotter than, like, some, porn bimbo.
See his gut in the bit in the middle of the
I know. We were commenting yesterday on what disgusting guy is she with?
Jake LaMotta?
With the big gut.
No, it's great. It just shows she has low self-esteem. And that we all have a shot.
That's good. Now, she's still in it?
Huh?
Is she still in the competition?
She was so awful, and they had voted 2 girls off last week, and she made it because she's the hot broad, and she got a lot of attention during the auditions.
So when does she sing again?
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow, and it's live.
Yeah.
The highest rated American Idol episode ever.
Yeah.
Will be tomorrow.
I swallow the mic.
Yeah, just deep throat that mic.
And how do you acknowledge this? How do you throw her off and then acknowledge this on a family show like
Throw
American
her off.
Idol?
How do you bring her on? How do you intro her? Well, you may have seen her on the internet. And how does she step out there with all this going on?
They just made
perform.
They just made American Idol interesting again. I swear to God,
exactly.
I was done. I was like, there's no way I'm watching this dopey show anymore.
I now have to watch how they're going to introduce her, how she's going to go out on that stage and sing in front of an audience that is seeing these pictures.
The ultimate assault on the media. Can we get one of our listeners in the audience tomorrow night? One of our listeners. We got the pest out west, the POWs.
And maybe yell something or
I don't know.
Get ejected from the venue.
Get ejected from life.
Yeah, that's. I'm going with yes. It's her.
Me too.
Me too.
I know you want it to be.
I do.
It's kind of, but the evidence is there.
Oh my God! Well.
Oh my God.
Brian on Long Island. There's a lot of doubters out there. That amazes me. But go ahead, Brian.
Hey, what's up, boys? How you doing?
Speak your mind. What's up?
Well, basically, as soon as you guys mentioned this yesterday, I had to go home and check out the pics because she's hot and everything like that. But it went to this website that I go to. Somebody posted the entire series of the pics.
Yeah, the X-rated pics.
It's definitely not her. I mean, her standing up by her fireplace as she walks over to the guy, like the entire series is there. I can give you the website if you want to have Ben, come on.
Oh, yeah?
If you want to have E-Rock check it out. No, it's definitely not her. I mean, the ones that are on the Capitol with her by the waterfall, those are definitely her, and that's not enough for me.
All right, hold on the line. We're going to give us the website. The only reason we're not giving it to everyone right now, you guys would slam the site.
Because you dummies.
Hold on. So... All right, Brian, give the website. We'll check it out, and then we'll...
Frunkus, indeed.
Then we'll pass on that website to everybody else. I think the pictures we've been looking at the last couple of days, that link is up on opieandanthony.com. E-Rock? Yeah, why would you know? It's only one of the biggest things we're talking about.
It's linked.
It's linked, Than? Than would know. Thank you, Than.
Hoax exposed.
Uh-oh.
Note that, well, this is from a website, I'll just say. Note the nearly identical angle of both photos and the radical difference in outer ear structure. They have a legitimate picture of Antonella with an earbud in as she's doing her nails or something. I don't know what she's doing. But they have that. And then they have the girl doing what she's doing, and they show her ear. And is it a different ear? The lighting is different. The shadowing is different. So this, to me, inconclusive.
Absolutely
inconclusive. The lighting's different. The whole thing that makes an ear good evidence to find out if somebody is, like they say, the angle, but the lighting throws a shadow in all the little nooks and crannies that you got going on in your stupid ear. What a dumb thing an ear is. It's all bent up. And then this one here is well lit, so it's kind of washed out and you can't see any of the...
I think God was tired when he invented ears. He just went, I got a little left over.
I could have ironed it out. Let me just slap him on the side here.
I'm done. Spent all this time. I'm done. Well, look, we found something that Anthony's very interested in, though.
I'm trying to figure out that ear thing.
Iraq and American Idol X-rated pictures.
That's it.
That's all you care about. God bless you.
And I love... this has got to be a legitimate site because it says, we need your effing submissions. And they use the word.
Oh, really?
It's Drudge.
Drudge.
Man, I say it's her.
I don't know. I want to see the series because...
yeah, let's see the series.
All right, why don't we take a break? We're going to check out another website that has, I guess, the whole series of pictures.
Yes.
Leading up to the X-rated shots.
They said MySpace.com/Jim Norton had all of them.
Oh, really? Is that the one?
I didn't put them up, and apparently they've all been loaded, and she comments on the site on video. I mean, if you want to check it out.
You're still bothering with MySpace.
Yeah. I have a lot of friends.
But are you answering everyone back?
I send $300 for every new person I get as a friend.
Wow.
Cash.
Because I'm giving $5.
You're not.
Anthony Cumia.
I just don't care about MySpace.
It's fun.
No, I got back on it just to rag it for all the stupid spam that goes on now. These idiots are getting these viruses because they're clicking on the sunny day picture and the other things that are all spam. The girls that are like, hey, I'm lonely and would like to get in touch with you. And you click, guys, click on them. And you get this virus that then starts sending out these spam things to other people on MySpace. So I like goof on the spam now, and I ban people that send me spam, and I report them. So I'm like the safety monitor of MySpace.
Ew.
What a snitch.
You really are a snitch.
I'm a rat.
All right,
Good gumdrops.
I'll promote my brother's MySpace account, Brother Elmo. And he's got like family photos of me and everybody else. All right, Is this the website we already saw?
No, that's the one we saw already.
Yeah, Travis just gave us the pictures.
All right,
Travis, stick to handing out nude boy pictures.
Exactly.
Something you know a lot about.
I know.
Leave the hotness to somebody else. Here he comes with
he's
photos.
handing out nude boy pictures.
Wow.
That's young Harry Potter.
Oh, my God.
Yeah,
you haven't seen this one, Jimmy?
You missed that.
Jimmy's been gone.
You've been gone
Travis
too long.
Would do is he was handing these out all day. Young Harry Potter, there he is.
In all his glory.
Not bad.
I know what the temperature of the room is. If it's really hot, he's very average. But if it's freezing in there, this kid's got potential.
If you're going to do something like that on a stage, you got to make sure you have good presentation. So I'm sure he did something. Oh, you went for E-Rock, right?
Yeah, I almost hit him.
You just missed him.
Hit the monitor.
All right, we'll step aside. We'll check out another website to try to figure out if these pictures are real. We got more Jesus segues coming in.
All right.
We got to talk about Al Gore and other things before we get out of here. Stay there. It's the Opie and Anthony Show.
Hear what everyone else is talking about. O&A Uncut and Live, continuing the show on XM Satellite Radio starting at 9 a.m. Eastern. Visit xmradio.com to subscribe.
It's the Opie and Anthony Show. The Opie and Anthony virus.
Hey, good morning. You're checking out the Opie and Anthony Show. Wow. It's very rare when we have to say this. But we are so wrong about the American Idol chick.
Oh, God. Opie, this is just an awful day.
We hate when we have to admit that we're wrong, but we are so wrong.
Especially about something of this importance. Wow.
One of our faithful listeners sent a link to a website that has all the pictures.
All the pictures of that girl that you saw that was supposed to be the American Idol girl helping out a guy. It's a porno movie. It's clipped from a porno. And she's doing something to a gentleman.
Oh.
Servicing.
Cute.
And it looked like the American Idol girl in a few shots. So I guess those are the ones they used. And now they're showing the entire collection of photographs, and it's obviously not her.
There's no doubt in our mind.
Oh, is that disappointing?
We're sorry, Antonella Barba and her family that I'm sure listens to the Opie and Anthony
We
show.
are really sorry. We just wished your daughter was as big a whore as they were showing her to be in these photos. That's kind of what we wanted.
Thanks for nothing for raising her right.
Yeah. Well, not quite right. There are some pictures of her.
They're just modeling shots.
Oh, modeling shots. What about when she's all with her friends at the bar?
And what's going on there?
Oh, she's like ripping her shirt off and stuff. I mean, it's cool and all, but, I'm sure her dad doesn't want to see him.
Yeah.
That's a great shot right there.
That proves everything right there.
Jesus.
Now they could have tested. They could have asked the American Idol girl to sit, and if she could do it comfortably, it's not her in the pictures.
Yeah, that is, wow.
Dude, you would have swore it was the same girl, right?
I would have bet money on it.
I would have bet a lot of money on it. And now with the rest of the shots, it's very obvious. It's two different girls.
Yep.
So I guess they were telling the truth in the paper today.
Damn.
And are we going to link these shots so the listeners can check it out for themselves? Because they've only seen the 2 or 3 clips that make it look like it could be. We thought it was the same girl, but what's going on in the office?
Someone killing a rooster out there? What the hell was that? Was that Steve?
I don't know what happened.
Someone must have handed him the naked Harry Potter pictures again, and he giggled with joy.
Like, just relieved that bit's not over yet.
Yeah, those haven't been disproven yet.
All right, I guess what's going on? We want to move on.
Iraq?
Just throw your hands up in the air. That always helps.
I love Iraq.
That helps your position with the show. That'll make me think, I think he really is on top of things.
Poor Iraq.
Are we going to link these shots?
Redundant Iraq.
Fan?
Yes.
We're going to?
Redundant Iraq.
See, Fan doesn't know, but at least he makes it sound like he does.
Yeah, official.
Unlike, Okay, absolutely.
Absolutely.
So Steve or somebody's going to link these shots so you can check it out for yourself.
Yeah, get those up there.
They will be linked for your viewing pleasure.
Yes.
E-Rock is writing, I asked Steve. He didn't respond. So maybe Steve wants to now defend himself because E-Rock is saying it's Steve's problem.
All right.
Uh-oh. That's trouble when Steve and E-Rock go at it.
All right.
Who cares?
Well, it'll still be interesting to watch American Idol tomorrow.
Yeah.
Because she is doing some fine modeling shots for everybody.
And most people don't have access to all those pictures. Like, that's not the ones that are on the site. It's just those 3 or 4.
You got to hunt those down. So a lot of people still think
it's her. Yeah, if you saw
we did right up until 5 minutes ago. So
yeah, we went to break and went, oh no, we couldn't be more wrong.
Well, but your Simon will be funny. He'll say to her, "You were wonderful. You do that better than Ryan Seacrest." How was that for an awful accent?
That was, hey, you sound like a chimney sweep from Chitty Chitty Bang Bang.
I don't do impersonations.
You do impersonations.
All right, we got an ongoing theme on today's show.
By the way, Steve from Bayshore had a great point. He said that more effort is being put into trying to prove or disprove this American Idol contestant than the tomb of Jesus, the little coffin of Jesus. No one's really trying their darndest. They're not comparing pictures and showing things. But this girl, we got to see, is this her? Now this is important.
Yeah.
Well, both of them are kind of similar. I mean, they're both stories about an empty box.
Jimmy.
What?
Jimmy.
Okay.
From the pictures I saw, it was empty.
Yeah, that's fine.
Some other part that was,
Of course.
Gotcha.
Well, yeah. All right. So the big story today is the coffin of Jesus. And just in case people are tuning in for the first time, we're just amazed how they're reporting this today.
Yeah.
because right now they're saying it is.
Yep.
So as the news, I think you need to just kind of pause and go, wow, look what we found out today.
Really stress the importance of the story.
Right, but they're just the dopey news, and they're just news readers, and nothing affects these people. They don't comment about anything, and they just move on to the next story.
Yeah.
So we've been playing segs all morning, Coffin of Jesus and what they talk about next. And we're also trying to see if they even acknowledge what they just heard.
Or if they just segue right into some dopey story.
Because this would change a few things if this was real. Just a few.
Certainly would.
So you would think the news would would pause and maybe give a look or go show some kind of human emotion.
Mm-hmm.
So we got another example of how they handled it this morning.
Well, Dr. Zagano says viewers will believe what they want to believe, and at the very least, the documentary will challenge Christians to rethink their religious beliefs. The documentary airs on the Discovery Channel next week.
One stretch of the Southern State Parkway is living up to its grim nickname. The span between exits 17 and 20 is known to some as Blood Alley. 10 people have already died there this year, and the cause of the deadly accidents...
They didn't even pause.
No acknowledgement, but those people now in Jesus' hands.
Yes.
And you see a lot of crosses on that stretch of the parkway.
Do you really?
Yep.
Enough.
Blood Alley.
Enough with the crosses.
Yeah, too creepy.
Yeah, we don't need to commemorate where you made the wrong turn.
Yeah.
Get over it.
Whoopsie.
Who cares?
Into a tree. But that is creepy, too. And it distracts you. You kind of look at it and take your eyes off the road.
It brings sadness to your day.
Yeah, I don't want to...
It really does.
I don't need to be reminded that I'm hurtling down a highway at breakneck speed.
I feel bad for your loss, but it brings sadness into my life.
Yeah. Yeah, what the hell? Just kind of mourn by yourself in your house. Leave me alone. I don't want to see that on the side of the road. I don't go walking through cemeteries to brighten my day. I don't want to see a little memorial set up somewhere on the side of the road. This should be illegal.
All right, we got another...
Next time I see one, I'm going to burn it.
We got another
cross.
Another Coffin of Jesus segue. This is the last one for today.
Okay, I love these.
You do love them?
They're great. Yeah, of course. They're just such disconnected asses. They have nothing. I mean, not that they should care about everything they're reading, but a story of this magnitude or importance, they just have no connection to humanly at all.
Mm-hmm.
The claim that Jesus had a coffin at all contradicts the Christian belief that he was resurrected and ascended to heaven.
Well, coming up on 10 minutes after 5 o'clock right now, one of the world's most popular video sharing websites, YouTube, could help save a young New Hampshire mother's life. Lee Buckley is in critical need of a bone marrow transplant.
So she's giving him some entertaining videos to watch while he dies.
Wow.
Stupid YouTube.
Lonely red blood cells 15.
Oh, wow. That's very good. Jesus into YouTube. What the hell?
Yeah.
What the hell?
A little YouTube story.
Yeah.
Gonna go with the internet. Very popular.
Gonna go with Dance Revolution while you're dying. Check this out, Mom.
Must see Star Wars, kid. That's great.
I'm kind of bummed about those pictures now.
Yeah. It's taking the wind out of my sails. Yeah, that's the story of the British officials. They want to take away a kid who's a big fatty. Look at this big fat kid. And the mother said she didn't think she was doing anything wrong.
Well, what was she feeding the kid? Lard?
Apparently everything.
It depends what she was feeding the kid, whether they should take the kid away.
She was obviously feeding him too much.
He's, 8 and he's over 200 pounds?
Yeah, he's a giant big fat kid.
I think
fat kid.
I think 220.
I bet the little playmates call him Fatso in school. Hey, Fatso, you want to eat my lunch, Fatso? They punch him in the stomach just to look at his face.
Well, why do they want to take the kid away? Doesn't
Child
make sense.
abuse.
For what?
Feeding him too much.
Well, what is she feeding him? If it's just normal crap.
No, it's like cakes and food. The kid isn't on a diet. The kid shouldn't be that fat. It's not some kind of a stupid glandular problem, and if it is, you should, have him just eating a celery stick.
But some people are just meant to be fat.
I don't think so.
You think everyone could be thin?
I think there's probably 5 people on this planet that have to be fat. Everyone else can probably be skinny. Not skinny, but not fat.
I look at our own
not
Steve.
Obese.
I look at our own Steve, and it proves it. Some people are meant to be big.
No, Steve's a big guy, but he's not fat anymore. Steve isn't fat.
But the reason he's not fat anymore, he had his stomach stapled, and if you ever hear what he eats and how he works out every day, it's insane. He should be real thin at this point.
Yeah, but see?
His metabolism is different.
But he can do it.
Huh?
He's done it. And the stomach stapling forces you to eat less. Yeah. If Steve wasn't such a greedy little bastard and selfish... He wouldn't. You don't have to staple your stomach. Just eat as much as you would eat if you had a stapled stomach.
Yeah. Steve, and no disrespect, you look great. You really do.
Steve is a tank.
But I talked to Steve. What he goes through every day to try to keep that body in that form is ridiculous.
Current condition, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, Steve, the difference between Steve and a kid like that is Steve, even if it's natural to be a little husky. That's a good word, too. Steve's a husky boy.
People are meant to be a little bigger, that's all.
That's different between like the kid who's going to be obese.
If you're obese.
Steve has a stapled stomach. Mm-hmm. Steve works out how many hours a day?
Hour and a half.
That means 45 minutes, by the way.
What? Hour and a half.
Hour and a half a day. Lots of cardio.
Look at the old Steve
cardio. Yeah, that's...
Look at the old Steve.
Oh, my God.
All right. As you look at the old Steve picture, how much did he used to weigh, Steve?
400.
400.
Yeah.
Are you trying to tell me that let's go with Jimmy? Jimmy could get up to 400 pounds?
Oh, my God.
It's impossible.
I could. Did you see Jimmy's HBO special in 2004? I was 80 away.
You would have to eat like cake and pasta all day long, every day to get up to that size. There's no way.
There is nobody that has to be that fat.
Steve, he used to be really skinny.
No one walks around and has to be that fat.
I agree.
Steve, what were you doing back then?
Eating way too much.
Eating too much.
Yeah.
Probably McDonald's.
Yeah, a lot of fast food, a lot of carbohydrates, a lot of... It wasn't sweets. It was like all carbs and pasta and breads and stuff like that. Just,
I mean, obviously, you're going to get two people that can eat the same thing, and one guy's going to be fat and one guy's going to be skinny. I see that.
Why isn't he thinner?
Yeah, it's his metabolism. You're right. But it doesn't mean you have to be fat. You just have to work at it harder. Yeah. Everyone's got their cross to bear. His is the fact that he eats a pretzel and gains 20 pounds.
And he's older. His metabolism is different than an 8-year-old, where it's harder to lose weight once you get much older.
Very true. Once you hit 30, it's a lot harder to lose weight.
Yeah.
But, I don't think there's any reason for the majority of the obese people, I'll even say the majority of obese people, to be that way. I think a lot of them eat horribly. They eat, they think cake and cookies for a snack is fine. You can't do that. There are things you got to give up.
But you're born, do you agree you're born with some type of, like a body type in general?
Yeah.
And then it's really up to you what you do with that?
What you do with it, yeah. Yeah. But if you're going to decide that you're not going to do anything about it and be fat, then you're going to be fat, and that's your cross to bear. Mm-hmm. Me, I have a family history where my friggin' liver pumps out cholesterol like Elmer's glue. I got to eat chicken. I can't eat anything else. That's it. It's just chicken.
Chicken.
I know people though that have the same problem and will sit there and just continue. It doesn't matter what the doctor says. They'll eat red meat and
you're born
cake and things, and drop dead.
You're born with that, though, and I think you're also born to be a fat guy.
But there are things you could do about it, I'm saying. And some people choose to do things about it. Other people choose not to.
Look at cultures like Africa. And I'm not talking about where everybody's starving, but where it's just a different food, different everything. I don't mean the starvation areas of Africa, but they're just much slimmer because they eat differently.
Well, look at how conditioned people in this country are to the huge portions that are served out. Even when you go out to eat, you get these piles of food.
Yeah, people love it. They go, oh, you've been to this restaurant? They got huge portions. They bring the big plate. Look at this. Wrap it up and take it home. They love a plate full. And if you go to a fancy schmancy place that brings you that little thing, you're all annoyed. It's like, why didn't I get a pile of food? What is this? It's like 2 scallops on a plate with a little bit of drizzled gravy on it.
You don't need to eat that much to sustain itself. And that was one of the first things the surgeon that stapled my stomach said. He said, you'd be surprised at how little you actually need to consume to sustain life.
Then he pulled down his fly and showed you.
Okay. George in Queens, what's up? Sorry we laughed so hard at that.
Yes,
Steve.
Your new mantra, losing weight is fun.
What's up, George?
What's going on, boys? In 2005, the National Institute of Health released a study comparing the eating habits of people all over the world. And in America, only 1 out of 15,000 people should be obese due to biological or glandular problem.
Right.
Everybody else are just overeating jerks.
Yep.
In Europe, most of the food there is boiled or fried, yet they have less obese people in the entire continent of Europe than we do in the United States.
I think you're right, dude. It's eating habits.
Yeah, it is. We got horrible eating habits. Study out of a medical magazine. People are constantly overweight people underestimate how much they eat in a day. A lot of them say they eat 1,000 calories a day when they're actually eating 2,000. And then I just heard today driving in, people don't know how many calories they're even eating. People coming out of Starbucks, they're talking to them about what they just got, and one of their cups of coffee and scone, over 1,000 calories. Over 1,000 calories.
Well, because it's not a cup of coffee.
Yeah.
You don't get that from a cup of coffee.
No, exactly.
They're
but
getting
one
all
of their, a specialty coffee. But you're not thinking like, I'm loading up. Here, I'm walking out of the door of Starbucks with 1,000 calories, and that's just coffee and a snack.
But it's a coffee drink.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Frappuccino.
But that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
People are uninformed. They don't care, and they'll keep eating unhealthy.
I would love to eat that stuff. You know what I have at Starbucks? I have regular coffee or a latte with soy milk because it's just caffeine. I would love to have those scones and all that stuff, but I don't want to be a big fatso. Tell yourself no once in a while.
You're right. You know what I would friggin' kill for that I just can't eat? Stupid Yankee Doodles. Drake's Yankee Doodles are amongst the best thing ever invented on the face of this earth. Cream-filled little chocolate cupcakes. And there's 3 of them. There's 3 of them in a package. And I shove each one in my mouth whole and just go, oh, it's wonderful.
A fuddy-duddy.
Yankee Doodles are the best thing. They're creamy yet chocolatey.
Ring dings over Yankee Doodle. Thank you, Jimmy.
I'm not disparaging the ring ding. I love the ring ding. I love a yodel. I will sit there and peel the chocolate off the yodel,
better than a Yankee
and then
Doodle.
unroll the yodel, and then peel it off and eat it all separately. I dissect a yodel.
Yankee Doodles are for queers.
I was just about ready to say that.
Well, then call me a queer.
I stopped and let you pass. I was at it. That was a yield right there.
I got stepped on. I love a Yankee Doodle. They're so cakey.
I want a ring ding now.
Yeah, let's go get some ring dings.
Are delicious.
Ring dings for everybody.
I want
let's
one
go.
ring ding.
Drake's cakes are marvelous.
You like the cakey ones, though. I don't like the cakey ones.
I like the nice, soft, and if they're fresh, like the guy just brought them in on the hand truck, the yodel guy and Yankee Doodle guy.
Where do you stand with the snowballs?
I hate the snowballs.
Yeah,
the coconut
right, I was
crap.
testing you. That was
like
test.
Rubber.
That was a test.
You know what it is?
You passed.
You know, there's only one way to eat those. You got to peel off that rubbery coconut thing, like Mission Impossible peels off the rubber mask. Ding, 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 ding. You peel it off and eat the chocolate cake.
Kenny.
I want
it's
one.
still
I want
horrible.
a ring ding, and I'm going to throw the rest out like most fat people should do. Have a ring ding.
Al Dukes likes devil dogs?
I was just going to say devil dogs.
Devil dogs aren't good.
No. I'd rather eat what that chicken the pictures was eating.
Devil dogs would be good if there was some goodness on the outside. Like
Al Dukes likes eating them, but you have to push the back of his head onto it.
They're not even devil dogs. It's just Earl telling him that's what it is.
Al Dukes also likes a bare bottom spanking.
He loves the color and the filling.
Devil dog. Tells people. You got some devil dog on the small of your back, Al.
What's your favorite snack food?
Hey, we're asking right now.
1-866.
That's a great break we could do.
That's right. That'll get the ratings up in all these cities. What's your favorite snack food? What's your favorite snack food?
I do like a nice slice of pound cake, too, though. Buttery pound cake is good. But better than pound cake, marble cake. Because then you get the little chocolate marbling in there. I am a cakey guy. I am cakey.
Not flaky.
I love cakey, not flaky.
I hear you.
WMCA. First with the hits. First with the news. First on your dial. Where the hits.
Nelly's swelling up right now.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah.
Thanks.
Now this is what radio should sound like, kids.
Top of the morning to you, love. We're taking your phone calls. What's your favorite snack food? 1-866-313-FREE. We're the good guys in the morning.
The good guys.
What's your favorite snack food? I need an echo. Hello, love. I'm shouting because I have nothing to say.
We're talking. It's amazing. Anthony seems to enjoy Yankee Doodles. When Jimmy likes ring dings, it's just, it really goes to show how different we are as a people.
Yankee Doodles are for queers.
Oh, guys.
Watch it. The hole's chiming in. The hole is chiming in. What's your favorite snack food, hole?
Where's my echo? I know there's an echo on this board somewhere.
I like a devil dog at gunpoint.
Devil dog at gunpoint. Come on, give me an echo, Tim. That's right. 8:30 in the morning. Hello. No. Oh, boy.
She just likes the devil dog because it looks like a...
There's the reverb. I'm in the gymnasium. We're talking about your favorite snack food.
Hello, love.
Hello there, ass.
Call us up. Tell us, what's your favorite snack food? Compelling radio.
Why doesn't Anthony have an echo?
I don't care.
There you go.
Hey. Whoa. Yeah, I got a little reverb and echo now.
Yeah.
What about the hole? Does she have an echo? Yes, she does. I was with her last night. I heard one all night long. Echo's been with a lot of guys. Likes a lot of devil, like a lot of big fat. That's right.
God, we suck. All right, enough with the reverb.
I want to leave the reverb. I think it adds to the program.
No, it sucks.
This is, yeah.
What?
Radio stations actually broadcast like this? Horrible.
Thank you, Than.
People are calling. Don't call in with your favorite snack.
We want to hear.
I want to hear.
Well, yeah, we want to hear. We're going to end the show with taking phone calls about your favorite snack food. So we'll turn the reverb back on. This is a bit the good guys would do. And we know John Manelli's more into that type of radio.
What's E-Rock's favorite snack?
570 on your dial. WMCA.
Is this ever relevant?
In New York.
These are the old jingles from WMCA.
Right.
The good guys, right, John? John Manelli knows what we're talking about.
And the good
we're
old
going to talk about your favorite snack food next on the Opie and Anthony Show.
It's the Opie and Anthony Show. The Opie and Anthony virus.
Well, tell me when, dude. Well, good. Can you be a little more enthusiastic, you fucking twit with a button? Hey, what's up? This is Bob Kelly, Robert Kelly, and I'm going to be in Chicago, Riddles. That's right, March 8th, 9th, and 10th. Chicago's in Orland Park, actually. Not even really Chicago. These twats. It's outside of Chicago at Orland Park, Illinois. The number is 708-444-0234. That's right. Riddles Comedy Club in Orland Park, Illinois. March 8th, 9th, and 10th. Again, phone number is 708-444-0234. Make sure you jack-offs come down.
I used to think that the day would never come. I see the light in the shade of the morning sun. My morning sun is a drug that brings me near. Opie and Anthony, XM 202.
Hello, love. It's the Opie and Anthony Show. Talking about your favorite snack food. Don't change that dial. That's right. We have changed formats. We're going back to top 40.
Yeah, we're going back to old school radio with radio voices and topics that you can call in and comment on.
You're listening to the new good guys.
Yeah. New guys for the new century.
Opie, Anthony, and little Jimmy Norton, your new good guys.
Now, we're talking about your favorite snack foods. I brought up the fact that I like Yankee Doodles, Opie. And Stacy from New Jersey has a question. Stacy, how you doing today, Stacy? Listen to the good guys.
I'm very upset with you guys. You forgot about the funny bones.
Funny bones!
Funny bones!
Well, let me tell you something, Stacey. We got 6 of them sitting right here at the microphones. 6 funny bones sitting right here at the microphones. Because we each got a funny bone, is what I'm saying.
We're laughing at nothing.
What, does your husband have a funny bone? Was he involved in an industrial accident? Get it? It would bend or something. I don't know. I don't even know what I'm saying.
Well, it doesn't matter because we sound great, Anthony.
Sound fantastic.
Fantastic.
It's the new good guy.
Hey, we didn't get a fantastic out of you.
Fantagious.
It's not even a word.
Who cares,
But we're the good guys. Maybe someday we'll come up with a good guys dictionary where we can put all the words in there that we make up. Fantastical.
Reverb makes everything sound good, doesn't it, Anthony?
Of course it does.
You can talk about nothing, but who cares? You sound great.
This is fantastic. We're talking about our favorite snack foods. Now, Opie, I brought up the fact that I like Yankee Doodles.
And Jimmy brought up the fact that you're a queer.
Why would queers like Yankee Doodles? I don't understand it. But now, Jimmy, what is your favorite snack food?
Ring-dings.
Ring-dings. They're round, they're chocolatey, and full of cream.
Hey, you're not clapping over ring-dings.
Love the ring-dings. Yeah. Now, I like Drake's cakes. But I think it's all the same kind of material, just mixed in a different way and shaped in a different way.
You think?
So why don't we test it out now? Why don't you hand me over to Yankee Doodle?
Well, I got to tell you, this big bozo in the corner, Club Soda Kenny, he went out and got snack foods for everybody. For everybody.
What a complete ass he is.
Hey, wait, slow down a minute, Anthony. I like how that sounds. Everybody.
Everybody.
What about you over there?
I liked it.
No, yeah.
Everybody.
We didn't get it. Everybody. There you go. Club
Too much why. Work on it.
Everybody.
We may be nerds, but he's just, what is Club Soda Kenny there, little Jimmy? What do you want to call him on this new radio show?
The new good guy.
The new good guy.
Yeah, how about Soda Pop Ken?
He thinks you're terrific. He's laughing over there in the corner. He's got a funny bone, don't you, Club Soda Kenny?
I say we call him Coca-Cola Kenny and try to get it sponsored.
I like how you think there, Anthony.
There it is.
All right.
Paying the bills.
All right,
what we're doing here.
Well, the one that looks like a retard, he brought in a bunch of snack foods for everybody. Just trying to be a little outrageous because we're the new good guys. Got to keep it a little edgy, even though we have the reverb and the good voices here.
Yeah, we brought it into the new millennium.
The new millennium.
Millennium. I can't even say the word. It comes out in a B. Millennium. This is my radio voice, my nasal.
All right, he brought us Devil Dogs.
Devil Dogs are not my cup of tea. Why would it be a cup of tea? It's a snack cake, not a cup of tea. Stop it. I cracked myself up talking about funny bones. Holy Jesus Christ.
You like Yankee Doodles.
I like Yankee Doodles.
Yes. Here you go. Kenny got you some Yankee Doodles. Why don't you try them live on the air? This should bring up the ratings for everybody.
Wow, that's fantastic.
He also brought us Yodels, Ring Dings, Devil Dogs, and Funny Bones.
Now, as I recall these as a child, they were a lot bigger back in 1905.
Everything looked bigger when you were small.
The smell is wonderful on this Yankee Doodle. Now, I'm just going to eat it like I used to.
You're outrageous.
While hosing down a black person. No, I'm kidding. I'm just going to eat it like I used to. Here we go. Oh my God, that's fantastic. This is so... I'm going to try to win something.
Hey, what happened to Anthony's microphone?
Hold on.
Oh, there's nothing wrong with the mic?
All
right.
This is the best fucking thing I've ever eaten.
Don't choke.
We get away with anything. We don't even need a dumb guy anymore because we're the good guys. We're not going to say anything outrageous. Don't worry about it now.
Oh, what was the best? Wow. Oh, is that fantastic?
That's good, huh?
I want to see the ring dings.
All right, little Jimmy, here you go. Here's your ring dings.
It's been so long since I've enjoyed a snack cake.
How long has it been?
I have no idea. Probably about 20 years. I'll just laugh while Jimmy unwraps that.
Oh, hell, time for a jingle.
Oh, jingle time!
Oh, jingle time!
What's the story today? What the voice had to say? The voice of New York on WMCA. Information, education, Explanation, stimulation.
Mass. Oh.
NCA can tell you what the voice have to say.
That's right. It's time for some information.
Right.
We are your new good guys.
The new good guy.
Hey, what do you think about the coffin of Jesus? They found that.
Unbelievable.
Sure, unbelievable.
When I saw it, I said, Jesus Christ. And I was right.
Well, of course, that's the first thing that comes to mind when you find the coffin of Jesus.
You might want to adjust the toupee. Hold on. Let me get that. There we go.
It doesn't matter. It's radio.
What do you think about your snack cake, Jim? Why don't you take a big bite? It's wonderful.
I'm going to do the same trick you did.
Are you? You're going to put it all in your mouth?
Yeah, I'm going to.
That's good. Just make believe it's a... Oh, is it good? Creamy.
We're waiting. We're waiting.
Waiting. Is it still Jimmy's favorite snack cake?
He's chewing.
Now, I'm going to say that the Yankee Doodle is still my favorite snack cake, even though I haven't tried one in years. It had just reiterated my interest in the snack cake. Now, Jimmy, what do you think about the Yankee Doodle?
I'm eating a ring ding.
A ring ding. See, I tried to trip him up. You can't fool Jimmy.
I'm not loving it.
You're not loving it?
No.
I'm not loving it.
It's not like the old days?
It's certainly not.
Who wants a yodel?
Maybe it goes better with a little booze and a razor blade. The old days. It's the new good guys being really insensitive.
I want a yodel.
You want a yodel?
Yeah, fat boy.
You want the one I've been touching?
No, I want the one you've been holding.
Oh, all right. There you go. Yeah, I'll head over my yodels for you, Jeff. All right. Well, so we go to the phones. We're
now,
very
the yodel is a wonderful little swirl of chocolate cake covered with...
Hey, we're the new good guys. You can't be doing that there, little Jimmy.
Wow. He was sucking on that yodel.
You're eating it like a queer. Word of the day is queer. Give us a call, 1-866-313-FREE, if you know today's word of the day. All right, let's go to the phones. Eric in New York, you're on with the new good guys.
Good morning, boys.
Good morning. Hey, honk the horn for Eric there. There you go. Okay.
That's right, Eric. I'm with the new good guys.
How about Little Debbie?
Little Debbie.
Little Debbie.
Little Debbie snack cakes always seem to be a knockoff to me. Knockoff to the real snack cake, the Drake snack cake.
Chocolate goodness.
No. Chocolate badness. I knew a girl named Little Debbie. I raped her. I wasn't quite a good guy back then, let me tell you. Charges pending. Well, the cops are coming after me. Well, Keystone cops, unless that cop carried a whistle.
Let's go to Larry on Long Island. Larry, you're on with the new good guys.
I think we get the point.
What are you saying, Larry?
Coffee cake.
What are you saying there, Larry, old boy? What are you saying?
I think you guys should get some coffee cakes and dip them in your coffee and then go kill yourselves. Thank you.
This guy's got a good idea.
Take care. Bye-bye.
I think we get the point. Nothing funny when the listeners get fed up in a bit.
Running it into the ground.
That means we got to do it for another 10 minutes.
That's right.
Who wants a funny bone?
I'll try a funny bone, Ope. I'm only taking little bites.
There you go.
Just a little bite.
There you go. How about a double dog, Kenny?
Okay.
All right.
On the cover of the funny bones, there's a little chicken holding a little sign that says free cake.
What did you say there? I couldn't understand you. Your mouth is full. Why don't you try it again?
I said I have the first one.
Yeah.
And even the second one is just as great. That's what I said.
Is that how Al heard it? I sure hope that's how Al heard it.
Of course it is. Oh, why would he hear anything different?
Hey, let's go to the phones.
You know, a little trivia.
Yeah?
Little trivia for you.
Yeah?
I used to take the wrapping.
Yeah.
That the Yankee Doodle came in. Because there's cream and chocolate left. And I would fold it up like this and chew on it.
Ew.
To get every bit of goodness out of it.
Why would you do that?
Because I was poor. Because my father was an alcoholic and my mother had to work and raise 3 kids.
You had to work in a disco, right?
Well, that's right. I didn't have many Yankee Doodles when I was a kid. We needed things called shoes.
Basic necessities, little Jimmy. That's what he's getting at. Walter, you're on with the new good guy.
Walter,
Opie, Anthony, Jimmy, you little fag. Hey, you guys forgot about Suzy Q's.
Wow, that'll put you in what they call sugar coma. I love the cream in the Suzy Q. You can actually feel the sugar crunching between your teeth.
Yeah,
Fantastic.
You get a good sugar rush off of that shit. Whoops, I didn't mean...
Whoa, hey.
Let me explain something. Let me explain. Al, I hope you picked that up, Al, because let me explain something. We don't like that kind of language here on the Good Guys show.
No.
We are the new good guys, and by good, we mean good, wholesome. Wholesome cakes. We're eating, we're talking about, and we don't need that kind of language. Children are listening.
What's going on over there, little Jimmy?
I got to get rid of these funny bones.
How could you get rid of your funny bone? You got 2 elbows. Come on.
They're really good, and I'm going to keep shoveling them in my fat face and have to go back to a life of prostitution. See, I got a girlfriend who barely wants to F me now.
Oh, come on. Having problems on the relationship front there, little Jimmy?
Yeah, she just looks up, she sees my bosoms hanging down, she feels bisexual.
A lot of skeletons in the closet here on the Good Guys show.
Yeah. The new good guys.
The new good guys. New for the blue, new level.
We got the delivery, but we also have the edge. Let's go to a very racist city. We're going up to Boston where they hate blacks. Let's say hi to Jack. Jack in Boston, what's going on?
Hello, Jack.
Uh-oh, it looks like we're going to have to improvise a little bit because Jack's not on the phone anymore.
Well, now I don't know what to say. I'll put it this way. I know what his last name is. Mehoff. That's how I feel about him.
All right, let's go to Bob in Buffalo. Bob, what's going on?
Hey, what's
Buffalo,
up,
very poor city.
Hey, pulling up to afford those Hostess fruit pies, though.
Now, when I was growing up, I remember the Hostess fruitcakes. It was the thing was about the size of a spare tire, full of wonderful cherry or apple filling.
Had lots of goodness, didn't it, Anthony?
Oh, was that wonderful? That's something I wouldn't have thought of. Thank you so much, Bob from Buffalo, for bringing up the fruit pie.
Do you remember the Robert Reed? You bite into him and cream shot out the back.
And no matter how much you ate, you just keep losing weight. What a wonderful snack cake that was.
And all the other snack cakes would look at it in disbelief. We had no idea.
Heading toward the top of the hour. Coming up next hour, your favorite topping on a hot dog.
Wow, favorite condiments.
You might think it's either ketchup or mustard, but there's a lot of other things that these crazy kids are putting on their hot dogs these days.
You'll be so surprised what they're pulling out of their refrigerators, condiments to put on their hot dogs. It's quite amazing, stunning, and fascinating radio.
What? Why are you pulling us off the air? We're the new good guy.
Hey, we're the new good guy.
Jingle time! Oh, boy, I can't get the jingle.
Where the hell's the jingle?
I don't know. I'm just trying to figure out the new equipment. Now that we changed formats, we got all new equipment around here.
Oh, we're done? Good. I want to get the out of here.
A is the greatest. WMCA. Find is the latest. WMCA. Your favorite music station. WMCA. WMCA.
All right, we get it. Jesus, shut that broad up.
Oh, there's the music. Looks like it's the end of the new good guys for today. Opie, Anthony, and little Jimmy Norton. What are you guys doing after the show today?
I don't know. I think I'll just go home and punch the wife in the face. I'm miserable.
I know you are.
Oh, gosh.
Well, Jimmy, what are you going to do after the show today?
I have a duffel bag of child porn to deliver to wrong customer.
All right, that does it for today. Thank you, Club Soda Kenny, for getting our snack food today. Greatly appreciate it. You got anything to say on Mike there?
Goodbye, one and all.
Fascinating radio he gives us.
That was his radio voice.
The reverb didn't help you at all. Got to tell you that much.
Hope you enjoy our new direction. We'll continue doing it tomorrow.
For a Whip About Wednesday.
Yeah.
Make sure all you sluts listen tomorrow and help us out. We want to see your boobies on the highways and the byways.
Come on, hose bags.
Until tomorrow, we need a sign-off. Anthony, got a sign-off?
Hey, Godspeed.
No. Jimmy!
I got a good one.
Yourself.
All right, let's go to little Jimmy Norton for our sign-off. This is the New Good Guys.
This is the New Good Guys appearing this weekend in Poughkeepsie at Bananas Comedy Club.
You'll always be a whore, little Jimmy. You know that? You know that? All right, see you tomorrow.
It's the Opie and Anthony Show. Opie and Anthony, XM 202.
They are the most vile, despicable human beings in the country. Creeps, ankle-biters.
Obviously, the strength is their ability to turn mistruth into something people would believe.
Wow, how long is this guy going to continue to babble and say nothing?
All day long.
Shut up.
All right, here we go.
Welcome to the Opie and Anthony Show.
It's worse than I imagined.
That's terrible. I'm sorry.
We are a bunch of dopes.
I think we're lewd.
We're probably pushing 20 arrests because of this radio show.
Out of touch cornballs.
3 retards.
We have the effect of Tylenol PM.
Opie.
You know I could have been a model.
Anthony.
I'm gay.
James Norton.
I like yogurt.
Robert Reed.
That is the best.
But enough of this palaver. Let's get the show on the road.
Good morning.
Hi.
Can I say I'm still reading about this fucking fat pig kid in England? And the bottom line is his mother said he steals food and eats it.
Oh, he steals it?
But she said if I didn't give him enough at tea time, then he would just go on at us all night for snacks and stuff. Meaning that if she doesn't give this little fat douchebag enough treats, he just bitches and moans until she gives him what he wants.
Don't call me Dim no more.
Officer, call me. Smack that fucking fat child in the mouth.
Yeah.
Smack him in the mouth. Tell him to shut up.
Give him a rap, you limey.
We didn't get away with that shit when we were growing up.
That's right.
In our day.
Why?
When I was young, if you wanted candy, you had to suck a stranger's cock for it.
What?
What?
Some of us got it in some ways.
When we were growing up. Yeah, man, can you imagine getting away with that shit with your parents?
I want to puke up that Yankee Doodle.
Do you?
Oh, God, is that awful?
Me too.
You committed
it was good until, I ate it.
You committed to the bit, though. It was hilarious.
Wow.
Because you were onto something. You were cursing. By the way, the XMers got to hear the cursing. I think they dumped out one of them on the other side of the show, but Anthony had, what the hell, the Yankee Doodle completely
had a full Yankee Doodle in my mouth.
And you were saying stuff like, this is fucking great.
It's the best fucking cake I ever had. I love this shit.
How many did you do? 3?
I think I did 3.
So 2 of them made it to regular radio.
Might have made it through.
That was hilarious.
I'm sure.
The sound you got from that thing.
Yeah, it was a nice, muffled, kind of American Idol contestant kind of a tone to my voice.
Yeah.
Even though it's not her. Damn it.
You know what's really weird? When Jimmy leaves for a few days or we get someone else in here, like the listeners get excited. They're like, play that Sparkling Wiggles thing for Jimmy.
Oh, they want to share things with Jimmy.
I love when the listeners want to share. Have you heard this yet?
No, I've heard about it, but I have not heard it.
Oh, my God. Oh, my
God.
I'm going to miss the XMers.
From Arthur. Shut up already.
What?
I'm going to miss the XMers, man.
What?
When we're gone, I'm going to miss them.
They've been good.
I don't know what the fuck's going on.
Past few years.
I'll tell you that much. I don't know what the fuck's going on. I'll tell you that much.
Who does? What do you say there, LP? Oh, no, someone else is bringing my smoothie. Holy shit.
Jeremy's a good boy.
God. Oh, my God.
Who's this guy?
Oh, it's not Kenny.
Can you trust him?
It's not Kenny.
Yeah. He's putting down your smoothie.
No, I don't know. What did you do to it?
Kenny ordered it. He's very uncomfortable.
Did you spit in it?
What do you think, Jimmy? Can we trust this one?
Yeah,
he looks trustworthy.
He's a good boy. He hands me my coffee every morning, so let's hope,
Yeah.
Because
he looks confident. And like, all right, I got it. I'm on it.
Squeeze some Visine into his coffee tomorrow morning.
No,
you know what's good about him?
Shit.
If it spills over, sometimes I see Jeremy licking the lid, so that there's no extra coffee on the lid. Which is he's a good kid.
That's very nice, though.
That's
of course, you don't get that from the usual intern. Yeah. All right. Sparkling Wiggles.
Jeremy.
Oh boy, don't look. Okay, stop.
He did.
I know.
He looked for.
Did you go and watch the video a few more times? This is just
look at the girl.
There's the girl,
She's
Jimmy.
simply adorable.
Sure.
Little white girl with a little ponytail. She's got to be about 2. Oh Jesus. A little what?
It's a good age. They're so smart that you wouldn't be surprised how mature they can be.
Ew.
You are a creep, man.
You know what they like? They like when you kiss them on their stomachs. Hey, look, it's Piggy Boy. Give them little kisses on the tummy.
Hold on, man.
You should be arrested just for that
no
character.
Kidding, man. It's too real.
It's so creepy.
Hey, Piggy Boy.
Piggy Boy. Piggy.
Balloon Knot from Michigan. What's up?
Good morning, boys.
Hello.
Hello. I was just wondering, how long are you going to be eating for? Because it drives me insane, Opie.
I'm not
all day long.
I'm not eating. I'm sucking on a cold ease lozenge.
I think that's another word we like.
Wait.
Do we like lozenge? I don't even know how to say it.
Jimmy?
I have to give credit where it's due, because I know you don't know this. Frank Santarelli is a comedian who does a bit on words like that.
Really?
And lozenge. He's one of the funniest guys ever.
Can we credit him, yet take the word as one we like saying?
Yeah, I don't remember. He's got a whole shitload of them. I can't remember the rest of them. But it's...
I like lozenge.
Yeah,
lozenge. I like when you have to pluralize it. Lozenges. Lozenge. Because it's not lozengers. Lozenges.
Are we going to add another word
Sucrets lozenges
to the list of words we love saying?
I would.
Jimmy, do you know the list by heart at this point?
No. I only know, queer.
Waldbaums.
King Colin.
Right.
You also forgot on the list it should be blueberries.
Oh, blueberries.
Blueberries.
Wait, our list is getting too long now.
That's got to be the blueberries started it all.
How about we get rid of, like, Neil Bortz?
Neil Bortz has to be there. No, Neil Bortz is a part of Americana.
What do you say?
Dick.
All right, let's get rid of Fatso.
No, Fatso is fun. Hey, Fatso.
How about nude?
Nude?
Nude could maybe go. What do you think?
Nude can go.
All right, nude.
Goodbye, nude. We don't don't like saying you. So we're gonna add blueberries. Blueberries.
Unfuckable.
Bare bottom stays on the list.
Bare bottom.
And now we add lozenge. I got a cold.
Should it be lozenge or lozenges? I like the pluralized word. Lozenges.
Lozenges. Jimmy, try it out. Lozenges.
Lozenges. I'll have a lozenge out of your box of lozenges.
Can I have one of your lozenges?
Lozenge. What an awful word.
That could be the best word yet.
Ugh.
Yes.
Try it at home.
Nauseating.
All I wanted for Christmas was a bag of 37 lozenges.
Lozenges. How many lozenges are you allowed to have if you have a cold?
Mother, a gnome snuck in and stole my lozenges. Could you replace them immediately, please? My lozenges were stolen by a gnome, Mother.
Sparkling Wiggles.
Okay.
Gotta play it for Jimmy.
All right, so I'm not eating. I'm just sucking on lozenges.
Look at this little kid.
Yeah.
She, her mother and father are in the room. And, they have a camera, obviously. And they're telling her to say certain lines with the words Sparkling Wiggles in it. But she has a little trouble saying Sparkling Wiggles.
Yeah.
It comes out like something else, which kids will do. You know, they say certain words and they come out funny, and they get a letter wrong and it comes out all fucked up. But
can I go to Mike in New York because he has a question about this? Anthony.
Absolutely.
And I know you're gonna knock his theory down. Mike, what's up?
Yeah, that's Sparkling Wiggles. I wanted to believe that she was really saying that, but after I watched the video, it just seems like she's too old. She's a little bit too coached, don't you think?
Too old and too
Yep.
She's got her sippy cup in front of her.
Everyone wants to say everything on the internet is fake.
She's got a sippy cup.
Oh, yes?
Yes, Uncle Paul?
You could coach him, believe me. You ought to see the way they coach him on the stand. They'll say whatever.
Is that what it is? The prosecution coaches him.
Yeah. I says, come on, give Piggy Boy a kiss.
And, prosecution will coach them and say you did something more, I guess.
Yeah, they'll say the Piggy Boy was no good. They say a lot of things. These kids, they're so smart. Smart for their own good.
Smart.
People are trying to do impressions on instant feedback. Tom Brokenjaw, lozenge.
Today, the story of where we found lozenges. Lozenges were brought to this country many years ago from England. We have England to thank for lozenges. Lozenge. I like saying it regular, though. Lozenges.
Lozenges. All right, here we go. So here's Sparkling Wiggles. Jimmy has not heard this yet.
No, I've not.
And then I think it's going to lead into this story.
Okay.
Out of San Francisco.
Righto.
Okay, that's enough.
Okay, say it now.
We don't like Sparkling Wiggles.
Say too many Sparkling Wiggles at the party.
It's so many Sparkling Wiggles at the party.
Say no Sparkling Wiggles here.
No Sparkling Wiggles here.
Say, get a job, Sparkling Wiggle.
Here's no Sparkling Wiggles.
I don't think she's been coached. She's too natural.
No, that kid's just trying to say sparkling wiggles.
We have a problem with the mom. She's really
the mom
into
is just too into it.
It went from kind of funny to like she's like has some issues.
Get a job, sparkling wiggles, you fucking sparkling wiggle lover.
The kid's not pausing. That's why I think it's real. Because the kid's not pausing to remember what she's been coached. She's just saying it naturally.
Just saying it. Sparkling wiggles.
All right. Well,
what's that?
What happened?
I don't know. I always call out when Travis talks.
What'd she say?
Through the little microphone. Yeah, what'd the girl say?
I don't know what she said.
Update tracking down this columnist.
Oh, we're trying to get him?
Yeah. Ah, good.
All right, Asian...
Oh, very angry.
Asian Papers I Hate Blacks column assailed. She writes a column for the San Francisco Weekly newspaper that bills itself as the voice of Asian America. She's facing harsh criticism from that very community for publishing a column Friday titled, Why I Hate Blacks. In the column, Asian Week regular contributor Kenneth listed reasons to discriminate against African Americans. The piece has been pulled from the newspaper's website, but the print edition of the free paper, owned by the politically influential Huang family, was still available in news racks Monday. Huang called himself an Asian supremacist in January in another installment of the column, which runs under the label God of the Universe. The hate is based on ignorance and is very similar to the rationales that the KKK uses against African Americans, said Henry Durr, director for 22 years of Chinese for Affirmative Action and the former state administrator for Emeryville Schools. San Francisco NAACP President Amos Brown, who heard about the column from a Chronicle reporter, was speechless at first. I can't believe this, Brown then said. I'm surprised the Franks, who have supposedly been involved in interracial understanding issues, would publish something like this. I am flabbergasted. We can't afford for these kind of racist flames to be fueled in that kind of setting.
Unless you're doing it.
Asian Week issued a statement regretting any offense caused by the one opinion piece, and editor-in-chief Samson Huang declined further comments.
I have a question, though. Has John Liu chimed in on this?
I'm sure he will. Other Asian Week columns are including proof that whites inherently hate us and why I hate Asians, have resulted in criticism. In the first, he complained about the scarcity of Asian heroes in the media.
Why would who highlighted this? Who highlighted this? Why would you leave out an example of the reasons he gave of why blacks hate Asians?
Because we got the whole column over here that we're going to be reading soon.
Yeah.
Is that it?
Yeah, because you have the whole column.
Where is it?
It's in your stack.
Straighten them out, Travis. Good boy.
Why isn't it stapled to the same sheet? Why do I not have the whole thing?
No, I don't know.
This should have been stapled to this sheet. I'm not taking your guff.
Oh,
that's right.
I'm sorry.
Fuck, I hate it. Let's fucking had it.
Let's make it all better. Here's a lozenge.
Ooh, I don't want a lozenge. I'm not as ill.
They're individually
I
wrapped.
don't want a lozenge.
Take a lozenge.
I don't need lozenges. I don't need lozenges today.
Jimmy?
I certainly love them. When I was a boy, if I was misbehaving, Mother would say, if you do as you're told, you'll receive a baggie of 78 lozenges.
78.
Oh, someone's got a call. I hate that Travis actually had it.
Hello?
That annoys me. It's like there was a reason why this wasn't highlighted.
Hello?
And I went off, and he wound up being right.
Sure she did.
Fuck.
Typical woman.
God, I hate that.
Nobody was there. I don't know what that was about.
Little fucker.
All right, so is that about it? In its statement, Asian Week, which has a circulation of 48,505, said it sincerely regrets any offense caused by the one opinion piece, which reflected that author's personal views. We apologize for any harm or hurt this has caused the African American community.
Hey, while you're buzzing, Mr. B.
What? What happened?
They say that this guy had other articles, including proof that whites inherently hate us, and why I hate Asians, and they've resulted in criticism. Were they pulled from the paper?
Yes.
And the paper, really? They were?
Why would they pull? Why would they put it in the first place? What does this guy do? Does this guy, like, sneak them in the middle of the night?
Yeah, yeah, right?
How do they make it in?
Travis, expert on this. Yes. Expert highlighter, too, by the way.
Thank you.
You went to college for highlighting.
Sure did. $60,000.
Would you like a lozenge?
You want a lozenge?
Thank you.
Have a lozenge.
Out of the bag of lozenges?
They'll pull you out of the doldrums.
Would you like a Coldies or a Hall's Defense Vitamin C lozenge?
Different names, different companies, but both lozenges.
Here's some goodness for you.
Yes?
Take a lozenge.
Did I tell you about the dream I had?
No.
When I was a boy and Mother would say, what would it take to make you happy? I want to go to a land where everybody's toes have been replaced with lozenges.
Toes?
We don't have toes. We have 10 lozenges.
You just can suck on people's toes, which are lozenges.
Yes, there's a lozenge in my sock.
John in Jersey, what's up?
Pat from Mondaki has 9 lozenges.
Hey, Boardroom Jimmy, I was wondering about the stock quote for lozenges and wang.
I wouldn't know about that because I'm doing somebody else right now that's irritating and annoying half of the message board. So I'm going to stick with this.
Happy birthday, Boardroom Jimmy.
All right,
Frunkus, indeed.
Frunkus to you. All
So
right.
he got those were pulled?
Yeah.
And where is that written?
Well, I just have not. Those are older. Those back in January.
Look them up?
Yeah.
I'm looking. Yeah.
Boy.
Because that would be a little like hypocritical if they pulled this latest one but didn't pull the
Well, they weren't necessarily pulled. I'm just searching for them. You know, sometimes things go offline.
No, I mean where they removed from the paper.
No.
Because as I understand it, they have removed the paper. They have pulled the article from the paper. They were very upset.
Kenny, would you like a lozenge?
No, Kenny?
My question is, why do they keep letting this guy write articles for the paper, and he says hate in the title of every one? What, do they not notice?
It's like his gimmick. He's a I hate hack.
He's the Asian Lockhorns. The Rockhorns.
Damn it.
Why don't we,
tripping off my own tongue to get that one out.
Why don't we, read
Jimmy comes,
who wants to read the column, Why I Hate Blacks?
Oh.
Look at the 5 hands went up.
Jesus, calm down, everybody.
Well, from Kenneth Ang.
No, Kenneth Ang. It never really ends, just kind of fades off.
Big title, Why I Hate Blacks.
By who?
Kenneth Ang.
No, you're not committing. You just go.
You're not committing. Kenneth Ang.
Kenneth Ang.
Kenneth Ang.
Hope's got the lilt. It just goes on forever. He fades away. He never dies. He goes away.
Kenneth Ang.
It's kind of like pi. It never really ends. It's 3.142526891432178.
Kenneth Ang.
2-9, and that's all I know.
I want to read even the unhighlighted parts.
Oh, boy.
There's only 3 lines.
All right.
And I got to get back at Travi.
All right, here we go. Why I Hate Blacks by
Kenneth Ang. Here is a list of reasons why we should discriminate against blacks, starting from the most obvious down to the least obvious. Blacks hate us. Every Asian who has ever come across them knows they take almost every opportunity to hurl racist remarks at us. In my experience, I would say about 90% of blacks I have met, regardless of age or environment, poke fun at the very sight of an Asian. Furthermore, their activity in the media proves their hatred. Rush Hour, Exit Wounds, Hot 97, etc. Contrary to media depictions, I would argue that blacks are weak-willed. They are the only race that has been enslaved for 300 years. It's unbelievable that it took them that long to fight back.
Okay.
On the other hand, we slaughtered the Russians in the Japanese-Russo War.
My friend, you gotta commit.
Blacks are easy to curse. This is proven by fact that so many of them, including Reverend Al Sharpton, tend to be Christians. Yet at the same time, they spend much of their time whining about how much they hate the whites that oppress them. Correct me if I'm wrong. I thought he was Ang, not wrong. No, you're not wrong. He's Ang. But wasn't Christianity the religion that white people forced upon them? Blacks don't get it. I know It's a blunt and crass comment, but it's true. When I was in high school...
You see how he faded out of his accent?
I didn't even notice. It was flawless.
I recall a crass debate in which one half of the crass was chosen to defend black slavery, and the other half was chosen to defend liberation. Disturbingly, blacks on the prior side viciously defended slavery as well as Christianity. They say if you don't study history, you're condemned to repeat it. In high school, I remember one black student. I only remember one black student ever attending any of my honors and AP courses, and that student was caught cheating. It is rather troubling that they are treated as heroes, but then again, whites would do anything to defend them.
Jesus.
Wow. Is that bad?
Well, he's that inaccurate. Whites will do anything to defend them.
To defend black people?
He's never been to Howard Beach.
Yeah. I don't know. I guess he's saying because blacks have kind of adopted Christianity, that they're puppets to white people, because Christianity goes hand in hand with people that liked slavery. It's kind of a reach, which you could also put on your skin to bleed you of diseases. A reach.
This guy's looking for attention, though.
What do I know? Oh, proofs that whites hate us.
This guy's not. He's a phony.
Is he a phony?
He's an absolute fucking
What's
phony.
What's his name? Kenneth? He gets a little... He just makes a statement and then gives a list. I like this guy. Kenneth. This was his proof that white people inherently hate us. White people hate us and will always hate us. Here's a simple list of evidence going from the most obvious down to the least obvious.
We don't care enough to hate Asians.
No, we don't.
I like Asians.
We don't.
Whites in general don't care enough to hate Asians.
I like them. They're quiet. They're yellow. How do you not like them?
Why do people figure that... Wasn't listening, damn it. This is from the most obvious down to the least obvious reasons that white people hate Asians. And this is like one that's always... enough about the movies. How many American films feature Asian heroes who are not stereotyped? What? I mean, who cares? There's a certain stereotype that's exciting to watch or funny to watch in films. Italians have the mafia thing. Asians have the goofy kung fu guy. You got the fucking goofy kung fu guy. That's not bad.
That's a good one.
That's a good one. It's funny.
You see how they depict blacks?
Yeah. They're always criminals.
Or like dressed up as girls.
They dress them up as girls.
Norbit.
Oh, fat women. Right. Fat black women.
Right.
Yeah, exactly. How many American feature films feature Asian heroes? I don't know, fucking... How
about we have to know what an Asian hero is, first of all?
Yeah.
Name one Asian hero, Jimmy Norton.
Bruce Lee.
Class is in session.
Not
Go
American,
ahead.
but...
Chairman Mao.
All right.
Hey,
he was a good one.
Hey, that's pretty impressive.
And by the way, how about if you don't want Americans to make films about Asians being stereotyped, how about every fucking kung fu movie and Jackie Chan film, who is an Asian star, is in a karate movie? How about you stop giving us fucking Asian stars that only do that shit?
Right.
You know, do something besides karate and make good food that makes me shit.
Coming in second, if someone makes a negative comment about a black person, all of the whites get hopping mad.
What?
This guy has a weird view of how white people and black people get along. Oh, it's San Francisco.
Yeah.
Maybe white people and black people... Do white people and black people get along in San Francisco?
They're ultra-liberal out there.
Is that the place?
No.
They get hopping mad. Make a negative comment about the Asian race and nobody cares.
This guy's lost.
You know what it is? There really aren't many negative things you can say about Asians. You can make fun of them. You can make fun of the way they talk. Or make, like, the eyes. You do that with the eyes when you're a kid, you know. Chinese, Japanese, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But there's no real making fun. Well, they sure work hard. They sure put in a lot of hours and really earn their keep.
This guy's out of touch.
But I'll say one thing, though. I would like to know... In most black neighborhoods, Asian food workers and stuff like that, I guarantee they're treated like shit by 90% of the residents.
Black people hate Asian people.
Whether they're Korean deli owners.
Yep.
But there is definitely black on Asian racism, and it's never addressed. Until like the last couple of years, black guys have been getting a lot more shit, whether it's Hardaway for saying he doesn't like gays, or for Hot 97, or there's all these things now are starting to happen.
Welcome, black people.
Yeah, exactly.
The more you chime in and get your way, where people can't use certain words or people get in trouble for speaking their minds, the more you get that, the more you're gonna get, the more shit you get for being racist. So have fun with that. Most Asians know that everywhere we go, white, black, Hispanic people hurl racist remarks at us. I've already received about 10 racist remarks in the past 3 months. 10 in 3 months? And I've only been out of my home a handful of times.
He must wear like a pointy hat or something when he leaves the house.
Pointy hat. Opens up his paper door.
Right.
Paper sliding door.
He's got a kimono on or something.
Yeah, those stupid sandals.
He's doing
Look, we're being racist.
Yeah, but he's doing something wrong if that's what's going on.
Yeah.
No one cares enough to...
No one...
10 racist remarks and he's only left his home a handful of times? Come on.
It's always when he's driving. I guarantee it's people passing him.
You know something? There you go. There you go. That's when I become racist against Asians. Because there is this problem with Asian drivers. I will say a good 90%. And I was going to say 99, but I'm being realistic. 90% of the time, when someone is pulling a bonehead fucking move on the expressway when I'm driving home, I go for the pass just so I can look, and I look and go, that figures.
Priest?
No. It's an Asian. It's an Asian.
Oh, yeah.
It's an Asian.
I got lost somewhere.
Asian people really drive like... You drive like shit, Asian people. You drive like fucking shit. That's why... Are there any Asian race car drivers? Anyone help me out here? You're an Asian in NASCAR? Who? Who?
You didn't call on me.
Opie.
I'd say no.
No. Oh, I thought you were going to come up with one. You fooled me.
Oh, no, I was just answering your question.
That's right. I thought you were going to say one.
Might be the law.
Is there an Asian NASCAR driver? And they only have to make left turns.
There is, actually.
So that's not...
Shut up, Jimmy.
There is.
How about an Asian Indy driver or an Asian Le Mans driver?
He's NASCAR.
NASCAR. What's his name, Jimmy?
Teddy Wang.
Teddy Wang. Teddy Wang.
I'll tell you this much, though.
Teddy Wang.
No, his name is Piggy Boy.
It isn't. His name is Lawson.
You know what, though?
Yeah.
Get an Asian on a bicycle and see what he can do.
Yeah.
Now you're talking. Now you got a competition.
Here's something else that Asian people do that I've noticed. We got friends that live downtown, right there by Little China.
Oh, I thought,
whatever you want to call it.
You said you got friends. I was ready to laugh in your face.
Yeah, I got friends that live down there. It's my girlfriend's friends.
Oh, they're actual friends?
Yeah, they're friends.
Are they...
No, they're not Asian. They're white people. They're regular people.
But they live in an Asian community?
Yeah, they live like right on the outskirts, right there by kind of the Brooklyn Bridge, around that area and stuff. So you go a little further up there and you're in Chinatown, Chinaland. And when I drive over to their apartment, we reach a spot where my girlfriend will go, okay, watch your fucking driving. Go slow. Asians will walk out between parked cars without even looking. Right into the fucking street. And this isn't something that's just happened once or twice. It's just about every time we drive in there. That's why when you read, a lot of times you read about pedestrians that get run over here in New York City. You read the name. Just like when you read about a baby that falls out of a building window. Yeah. Unless it's named Clapton, it's probably a Hispanic name. A lot of times, Asian people getting run over.
They're the ones getting run over?
They dart right out in front of the fucking cars. It stuns me. I beeped the horn. I'm like, what the fuck are you doing?
It's no big deal. They'll make more. There's plenty of them.
Because in their own country, they're used to yaks.
Yeah.
He's used to, yaks walking out.
Big yak. How can you don't get hit by a yak?
No,
excuse me,
back.
Yes. Dave in New York City, Rick Shaw is an Asian NASCAR driver.
Rick Shaw? Is that his name?
Wow.
Let me think. Rick Shaw.
Do you know I didn't get that
Crew
at
just
first?
pulls him around. That'd be funny. His car looks just like a regular car, but it's got two handles that come out of the front bumper, and some guy just pulls him around the track.
All right, who got hat on that?
Rick Shaw.
I got hat the first time I read it.
Oh,
to be
that's
honest with
good. That's funny.
And then Bobby Wang McGee, Asian NASCAR. That's right.
There is not Bobby Wang McGee.
Dude.
Bobby Wang McGee.
Yes, of the Wang racing family.
There is no Wang racing family. They are inherently not good at driving. It just that's the way it is.
You're actually forgetting Bill Chen.
Billy Chen.
No, Bill Chen. He hates Billy.
Oh, Bill. He doesn't like.
No. Bill Chen. He was a NASCAR racer, but he retired.
Are there any Jewish basketball players?
Yeah, there was a couple.
Were there a couple?
Jewing.
Patrick Jewing. Oh, my God. Write it down, Dan. Write it down.
Patrick Jewing.
All right.
I just want to know, because what I'm trying to prove here, if people are catching my subtlety.
Did you hate blacks?
Yeah. Okay. No, that there are certain races that have their talents and their downfalls, their non-talents, their things they cannot do as well as other races do. It's just the way it is. I don't understand what the problem with calling that out is either.
Because basically you're giving the Chinese math and the blacks basketball. It's like, all right, you guys are smart, and you guys put that ball in that hole.
I never said that only black people can play basketball. I said Jews don't play basketball.
Not many.
Not many. And I say Asians, for some reason, have a hard time driving.
Speed racer.
You know something? That was like anime, right? That was made in
anime.
Japan. See? They had to have a fucking cartoon. They had to make-believe. And he had big round eyes, Speed Racer. Oh, and he spoke English.
A little bit.
Oh. That's what he used to say. Oh.
Anime rules.
All right, what else? Why?
I say anime, because that's what it looks like. Anime.
Anime.
Oh, don't fuck me.
My panties are
my panties down. Oh, I'm being fucked by glowing golden cock.
The cock's always got to glow.
They're just the fucking most repressed, awful. That Japanimation shit fucking stinks.
Oh, Oh, put it in my poop chute. Oh, yeah.
And then big gusher of cum in her face, and Jesus,
it's like,
what the fuck is wrong with you people?
Can you achieve an erection if one doesn't have shit or fucking 4 gallons of jizz in her mouth? What's the matter with you guys?
Fuck. There was a great player that played in the NBA. Thank you, dog shit sniffer from Woodside.
That's just so funny. That's just someone identifies themselves. I'm dog shit sniffer. But
from Woodside, because you don't want to confuse them
right.
with the one from Bayshore.
But it's the way you'll read it. Like that was like completely acceptable. Like, thanks, dog shit sniffer from Woodside.
Like you'd hear that on the Mike and the Mad Dog show or something, you know. It's like, Steve from Brooklyn. What's your question? You know, it's us. It's dog shit sniffer.
Yeah, well, it might be a dog shit sniffer. It's Mike.
Dog shit sniffer.
Well, dog shit sniffer from Woodside. Let's not forget the great NBA player Julius Erving.
Or the one that just got in trouble for saying he hates fags, Anthony Rockaway.
Mom teaches her kids to pretend they're retarded to defraud the government.
Yep.
You got that one coming in?
Hey.
Is that it right there? Am I reading what you're handing out? Oh,
is this true?
Yeah.
All right. What's his name? What the fuck's this guy's name?
This is NASCAR?
It just is Chinese. No, this is
Formula One.
Formula One. Okay, but Formula One is pretty difficult.
Because it's more like you're riding a rocket. And they're good at, like, rocket stuff, the Asians.
He's Chinese. He was born in Beijing. He lives in Hull, England. Favorite music, Chinese music.
What's his name?
Hobbies are swimming and traveling. Yeah, what's his fucking name?
Nationality, date of birth, place of birth, marital status, height, weight, resident, favorite music, hobbies, favorite racetrack, Formula One idol. But we don't know this guy's name.
This is I do know this guy. His name is Chet something.
What's his name? Cheng? Oh, it's up there.
Where?
Cheng
Kung Fu.
Kung Fu?
Not Kung Fu.
Kung Fu. Is this real or did someone make this up? Cheng Kung Fu. Is that his name? Cheng Kung Fu. And does he do well? He's only up to 2005 in his racing career. And nothing after that. Did he hit the wall?
Bird in Philly, let's not forget the great NBA player that's playing right now. Kobe Bryant.
Holy shit.
Just when you think they can't come up with another one.
How about just Chanel?
So your point is, Anthony?
Let me get back to the story.
Oh, the racer's name is Chet Ski. Chet Ski. Thank you, John the Cop. Indiana. Okay.
In 1982, Vincent Chin was killed by two white people. Both murders went free, as the judge claimed they were not the type of people who deserved to be in prison.
I'm sure there's a little more to it
There
than
could
that.
be a little more to the story. Was killed by two white people. Both murderers went free, as the judge claims they were not the type of people who deserved to be in prison.
And it's 1980. He yanks a case from 25 years ago.
Yeah. Cheng Vang righteously killed 6 white people after they approached him with guns first. Unlike the men who murdered Vincent Cheng, brave Mr. Vang was sentenced to life.
Yeah.
Again, I bet there's extenuating circumstances there.
Yeah,
righteously.
The 6 guys with guns are cops.
Can I interrupt you for a second? Matt,
sure.
From Queensbury. Don't forget the famous Jewish NBA star Kareem Abdul-Jabbar exam. Matt gets the Clever Award for today.
That's good.
Yeah. Clever Award goes to Matt.
Asian civil rights activities receive virtually no media attention, yet Rosa Parks was pretty much honored as a hero just because she refused to give up her seat. Like, he's kind of taking that a little lightly, too. Just because she refused to give up her seat. In this day and age, that doesn't mean much. Back then, she could have been shot. This is curious because Vincent Chin died to defend his race. Why hasn't he been given an award? It is quite naive to think that all this can be explained by claiming that whites are not enlightened or that whites lack awareness of our issues. It is even more immature to think that things will get better if we continue to protest peacefully through lame marches and letters to producers of insert any American TV show here.
Friends.
Lame marches and letters to the producers of Friends.
All right.
Animals through evolution are intrinsically...
I like Ugly Betty better.
Okay. Lame marches and letters to producers of Ugly Betty. Animals through evolution are intrinsically developed...
MASH!
Lame marches and letters to the producers of MASH.
That's too old school, I think.
Well, the Asians.
Animals through evolution are intrinsically...
I love New York!
Lame marches and letters to the producers of I Love New York. Animals through evolution
Rocky Rui!
Lame marches and letters to the producers of Rocky Rui. Animals through evolution are intrinsically developed to detest organisms that are different. The obvious reason...
Meet the Press!
Lame marches and letters to the producers of Meet the Press. Animals through evolution are intrinsically developed to detest organisms.
Good times!
Lame marches and letters to producers of Good Times. Animals through evolution are intrinsically developed...
I'm a homo!
I'm a homo.
You are?
Oh, boy. Yeah. Since humans are part of the animal kingdom, it should be no surprise that whites have evolved to hate Asians. Well, what about Asians should have evolved to hate white people?
Yeah.
Who have a strikingly different appearance than them.
You know why it doesn't go both ways?
Why?
Because the Asian brain's a little smaller. And they couldn't,
it could be.
They couldn't develop to that point.
Jesus. Furthermore...
We kept them in zoos until the 19th century.
I never knew that.
Yeah, look it up.
We do live in an age where political correctness and anti-racism are in vogue. Why then are there virtually no Asian heroes in the media? This is solid proof that we are enemies in the eyes of the Aryans. If even in the epoch where equality is an important matter, they still do not treat us as equals, then what hope is there that they will ever treat us equally? More importantly, why should we care? We vastly outnumber them. When you have a disobedient child, you do not give him gifts to make him abide to your will. You show him the cane. This fucking son of a cock is threatening the world. He's threatening Whitey with his numbers. If you fucking had any balls, you'd take your billion Chinese and stomp all over us. We got the bomb, motherfucker.
Yeah, they're
that guy pissed me off with his little last rhyme. His little rhyme of his lant.
They have the bomb, too, in China.
Oh, shit, they do.
Their rockets aren't up to speed, though.
Place on ground, right fuse, get away. That's what their A-bomb says. Dopes. It goes up like in 3 stages like a helicopter and comes down and blows them up. Stop it.
And they're all squinting when they look at it.
Ooh, funk.
They're squinting, I think.
Oh, I don't like that guy either. I liked him with that first article I read, but I don't like the second one. I wonder why.
I like all of them equally.
You do?
Mm-hmm.
Attaboy.
Yeah.
Attaboy.
That's where we know we've been invaded. We see a big A-bomb explosion, and it's in the shape of a big dragon in the sky.
It's a distraction, though. Think about it.
The year of the nuke.
You're not going to run right away, because you're going to want to check out the pretty dragon in the sky.
Oh.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah. Lozenge?
The guy's actually... No, thank you. No lozenge.
No, thank you. I'm already in good spirits, but if I'm sad, I'd like you to send me 6 or 7 lozenges during the break. I'll have a lozenge sandwich on rye, please. That's just 30 lozenges on bread.
Oh, that's odd.
I'll suck them all and the bread will get all mushy.
Well, he annoyed me.
Yeah.
That whole threat. He's threatening that we outnumber them. Everyone outnumbers white people, by the way, in this world. I do believe, right?
We're the new minority.
New minority?
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey. Sorry for inventing, stuff like gunpowder and... Oh. That was the Chinese.
We got some great stuff on the way.
What did we invent? The wheel.
Who, us?
What?
Goodness and smiling?
Right.
The printing press.
The printing press.
Mm-hmm.
Who invented the printing press?
Eli Whitney.
Invented the cotton gin.
No, he didn't. Printing press. Cotton gin was never used. That was just a stolen. Because the printing press was the original cotton gin. And they mixed them up.
We also invented the colored.
Oh, that's right. The airplane.
That was
Thank you. Yes. Mass production of the automobile.
Chinese.
Electricity.
Henry Ford.
Chinese.
Blatant anti-Semite.
No, Chinese.
Racist.
We took that one from them.
The Chinese?
Mm-hmm.
Chinese didn't really invent...
Spaghetti.
Marco Polo brought it back.
Spaghetti is a Chinese invention.
But they invented gunpowder, right? The Chinese.
They did.
They invented gunpowder. Yet, who refined it and thought to put it in a bullet and a gun and fire it at people? Whitey.
Sylvester Thornburg.
Whitey. I don't know who it was.
John Standish.
Miles Standish.
Kind of my awful.
It was John...
Cuntface.
I don't think it was John Cuntface.
All right, listen.
That was an XM save. Good luck on Free FM, Mr. Quick Thinker. John Dirty Shoes. Fucking awful I am.
All right, listen. When we get back, we got a mother coaching her children to fake retardation.
That's
right.
Beautiful.
And are we going to interview Mrs. Nagel?
And we're going to do a little cleanup today. Got lots of stuff to get to, like wheelchair-bound pedophile offs himself.
That story is great on 5 levels.
Absolutely.
I love him for so many reasons.
Hey, Bill, what do you say? Hello?
Can someone point at him? I guess that wasn't obvious enough. Just point.
Take us out.
All I want is to get laid and eat sandwiches. That's it.
That's the closest reference he can get to something cool, hip, and groovy. Cool, hip, and groovy. Dick.
Yeah. Where do you go when your wife changes the locks?
The Opie and Anthony Show.
I want to be on you.
Well, you've come to the right place.
I help you, you help me, we all laugh.
Don't worry, we're not listening because this is a boring conversation.
Love you too, sweetness.
If you walk past them, they'll take your jewelry, you take your purse or whatever, you know?
You have no idea what they are.
There are a lot of questions about them.
Real.
Dirty looking.
Freaking naughty.
Shut up. Bring on the booze.
Is this the Opie and Anthony Show? Okay.
Wheelchair-bound pedophile or mother coached children to fake retardation.
Oh, mother coaching.
All right.
Got to.
All right.
Fake retardation. Where's this at?
Yeah, this is out of Tacoma, Washington. A woman admitted Monday that she coached her 2 children to fake retardation starting when they were 4 and 8 years old so she could collect Social Security benefits on their behalf.
Wait, shouldn't this be out of Tacoma, Pete Rosewig?
Rosie Costello, 46, admitted in U.S. District Court that she collected more than $280,000 in benefits beginning in the mid-'80s. Costello pleaded guilty to conspiracy to defraud the government and Social Security fraud. Her son, Pete, 26, pleaded guilty earlier this month. According to the plea agreement, Costello began coaching her daughter at age 4 and later used the same ruse with her son. He feigned retardation into his mid-20s, picking at his face, slouching, and appearing uncommunicative in meetings with Social Security officials.
That's wonderful. Wow, really did a good job, too. They didn't catch her for how many years?
It was like 20.
How long did this go on? 20 fucking years?
In his mid-20s, probably, close to 20 years. Social Security workers became suspicious and uncovered a video of Pete Costello ably contesting a traffic ticket in a Vancouver courtroom.
What an idiot. Dude, pay the fucking ticket. You got away with hundreds of thousands of dollars. It's always these fucking dopes.
Maybe he is retarded.
Yeah. What a dope.
Well, he was in Vancouver. He probably thought it was safe, because I'm guessing that's Canada.
Well, yeah. Canada,
yeah, but still.
Canada's a little slow.
Just pay it.
I know. 6 years to a year in prison. All right.
How'd they find a video of him?
That didn't have the juice we were hoping.
Yeah, that's all right. It's interesting.
Let's get to this kid toucher.
I find it interesting.
Yeah, absolutely.
And of course, Jimmy already had the line of the fucking bit.
What?
Mrs. Nagel. It's funny.
It's funny unless your name is Nagel. Wheelchair-bound pedophile offs himself.
He was a threat to no one but himself. Absolutely no one.
Must be pretty painful, Chuck.
Sorry.
Chuck Claxton cries when he thinks of his son.
Oh.
Clovis Claxton was a convicted sex offender, but he was also wheelchair-bound and depressed because of his illness. So when he began seeing signs describing him as a threat and sex offender, his father says he used pills and alcohol to take his own life.
People started holding up signs when he came around. How the hell do you get touched by a guy in a wheelchair?
Wheelchair kid toucher.
That's the obvious
Just
thing we
rolls
gotta
up.
discuss for a minute or two.
It's got like a little cow catcher on the front, scoops up little kids. They fucking, like a trough that gets them right into his lap. Just rolls down with a big hard on. Whoop, picks them up.
Like a little Willy Wonka machine. It unsnaps his knickers as he's falling through.
His knickers.
There's nothing more difficult in the wheelchair than unsnapping the knickers of a struggling lad.
Little knickers. What a creep.
Yeah.
What was his name?
Clovis. Clovis Peterson.
Yeah. Claxton.
Clovis.
I don't know. Here we go.
The record shows that Claxton did expose himself to a young girl, the daughter of a friend, in 1991.
You blame the guys in a wheelchair for life.
15 years ago.
Some friend.
Nice tattletale. Little rat.
The record shows that Claxton did expose himself to a young girl, the daughter of a friend, in 1991. However, a careful review of that same record by police also shows that he was no longer considered a threat. And just to be sure, we asked the local sheriffs what they had found.
Our risk assessment did not indicate that he was a threat to the neighborhood.
Here's why. As a child, Claxton was diagnosed with both meningitis and encephalitis, which left him severely impaired physically and mentally.
Holy shit.
I hate this guy's voice. So overdramatic.
He's a good guy.
Yeah. So what does that mean? He can't fucking touch kids?
He's mentally challenged there, so he's
crazy kid toucher guy?
He's got the mind of a child himself.
Oh, mind of a child.
I think that's what they explain here.
How old was he when this happened?
All right. Chronically, he was 20.
What?
Mentally, 10, 11.
What did he say? Wait, back
because
that up.
Of
chronically.
Chronically?
The age that's given to you.
Did he mean chronologically?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What did he mean?
He means actual physical age, like what the birth certificate says. Like the technical term, when did you tumble out of mom's cunt?
Yeah, but chronically?
Maybe he said it wrong.
No, okay. Thank you. Just want to point out he's an idiot.
But he's a reporter. He can't be an idiot.
Well, not him, the other guy.
10, 11. Because of some injuries he had to his brain due to encephalitis at the age of 10. It was nothing more at the time of him and a little girl just playing. Show me yours, show me mine.
Yeah. Him and a little girl playing. That just no, it's not. Ugh. How creepy! Oh, wait, yes. Did I hear something over there?
You're being very judgmental.
A little judgmental there, Uncle Paul.
Yeah. Hi. Look. It's Piggy Boy.
Oh, my God.
Give you a kiss on the tum-tum.
Oh. Leaves razor burn all over. Little tummy.
Touch your little legs.
Oh, God, Uncle Paul.
Piggy Boy.
Yeah, Piggy Boy.
All right, everyone get their appropriate clips for this next track.
That speed limit sign that you see right there is approximately a block and a half from Clovis Claxton's home. He literally could not go home on any given night without seeing that sign. It is one of the places where someone hung a poster right underneath the sign. The poster read, "Child Rapist." How unfair was that characterization?
Totally unfair, because he never raped anybody.
Clovis Claxton was found dead in his apartment just days after the first posters appeared. He was found, in fact, with one of those posters that accused him of being a child rapist.
That's terrible. I'm sorry. That's terrible. I'm sorry. How'd your parents die? That's terrible. I'm sorry.
That's
did you see that jerk?
Homer, always funny.
Well, that guy didn't sound like he was going to be much of a great guy.
Well, what do you do to the girl, though? Obviously, he exposed
You show
himself,
me
which is
yours,
bad.
I'll show you mine. A little of that. You creep. Well, there you go. Bon voyage.
Speaking of which, where's Wheelchair Fred? Where has Wheelchair Fred been?
I've not heard from him.
Is he still alive? Do we know? Do we have a phone number for Wheelchair Fred?
Wheelchair Fred. Wheeler Durf is my
female name. Talk about creep.
They call him boss nigga. They rode into a white man's town. Bringing black man's law. He's black. He's brutal. He's boss. Fred Williamson is boss nigga. They call him boss nigga.
I like that song.
Very catchy.
Wow. I bet Earl would like that. Just call me boss nigga.
That could be the bit.
Here we go.
Old school radio jingles. You and the N-word.
Yeah, just nothing but N-word.
But in a fun way.
Of course. It's the only way there is.
Wow.
They call me boss. Wait. Steve just got confirmation that the Harry Potter nude is photoshopped. It is fake?
Yes.
Where is the confirmation?
Steve has it.
I'll tell you how
Steve has it in his mouth.
Yeah, he recognized that cock. It belongs to someone in South Jersey. I thought that looked like Pedro, but I didn't want to overstep.
I want to know what's that. Steve, please. Explain now. We're getting communicate. Well, this is because Sam had said, I think it's Photoshop.
He's been studying the picture.
Yeah, I looked at the picture, and I saw.
Wow.
What?
You cut your hair down, huh?
He looks like a Nutter Butter cookie.
A Nutter Butter.
Cookies and candy.
They call me boss. Boss nigga. How is this Photoshop?
I thought you were growing it out.
No.
I want to see the afro again.
I've been to that stage.
Yeah? You've been through it?
Twice.
Yeah. Okay. Mm-hmm. Nice.
But back to this picture.
Back to this picture. All right, yeah, you said it was Photoshop because you saw this, like, line in his hair area.
Sam was the one that initially pointed that
suspect.
out. And one of the guys from Newgrounds, this animation website, actually took the trouble to, in detail, like, split screen it and show the cover version of the original poster and the blurred out nude reference shot they used for the second half. And if you look at his waist on one side, you'll see that it's blurred where the where his thigh meets his waist.
Yeah, a little bit.
And that's some of the evidence they use, and like there's some clone brush around the pubis area to get the hair to match up.
Oh, so you see, like it's the same hair sample used up in a different area.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
that's it.
Oh, Travis is in.
Travis.
Jesus, enough.
Right. If you put one more... Wow. I didn't tell you to put his head on my body. Is
that one going to be on...
Travis just handed us the latest version of the Harry Potter nude picture with his cock is about as big as a Foster's can around and goes down to his kneecap.
It's as big as his arm. It's as big as his arm.
It's just giant cock picture, but his balls never got any bigger. So it's completely covered up by his giant horse cock.
His loads are one drop. Plink.
That's all that makes it out.
Sounds like a nickel dropping on metal floor. Plink.
Pedal, 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 pedal.
That's wonderful. Well, it's fake, huh?
It's fake, huh?
Well. Yeah.
All right.
Can I see the fake one?
All right, thank you, faggots.
I mean, you can't still jack off to it.
Can I see the fake one? I want to see.
There you go.
The blurred out.
Oh, this one.
Yeah. There you go.
There
Look
you
for
go.
the...
got some more. Why did you just give me a new one?
You gave yours to Jim.
Thank you.
Every time you try to get rid of yours, he comes in with a replacement.
No way to get rid of them.
No.
I just swore on your new deputy. Made myself the sheriff.
Being called a nigger in public. Now that's $20 or 2 days in jail.
Take your filthy black hands off me, nigger.
He just locked up the bank president.
Well, you all been hunting black folks for so long, we just want to see what it felt like to hunt white folks.
part legend, part devil, all man.
That's just to satisfy your curiosity.
Good morning, gentlemen. It's my pleasure to tell you that...
Sir, you are interrupting our breakfast. We never discuss business while we're eating.
I am a classy nigga. Wow. Is that Fred Williamson? Yeah.
Yeah.
He was in all.
Fred Williamson is boss nigga. Nervio Martin, his deputy.
They call him boss. They call him boss. Boss nigga. He's so bad. They call him boss. They call him boss. Boss nigga.
I hope someone sings on an American Idol.
Yeah, what song is that? I want the whole version.
Yeah, someone wanted that.
I want to drive home to that.
Someone wanted it for their phone there. There you go. You got it. Hopefully.
Golden balls.
All right, just doing a little cleanup today.
Pal Talk, I'm sorry. It's terrible. I'm sorry.
What happened?
Apparently, the computer that runs Pal Talk is... I'm sorry. It's dead.
What?
Your computer, it's dying. Yeah. Mars, it's just a blue screen.
Is it on?
Not even the blue screen of death. It's just a blue screen.
Yeah.
Blue screen.
Turn it on and off.
Blue screen.
And then on again, because that would make more sense.
Nah, I tried rebooting. It doesn't work. It's just it's some kind of hard drive problem. I don't know.
Yeah.
Computer's 2 years old, so I've never had a computer that long.
Hi, welcome to Speak Out. My name is Ken Sander, and tonight's issue is, should New Yorkers carry handguns, or should they be allowed to have handguns?
Yes.
The number is 475 and you can call in and we could talk about it. Lines are lighting up. I guess it's a good subject. Hi, you're on the air.
Hey, Ken, how you doing?
Okay, how are you?
Fine. I think it's a very good topic for tonight. You know, worst situation, and you start big dick.
See, that's the case. Hi, you're on the air.
Hi, Ken.
Yeah, how you doing?
Fuck you!
What?
Frankus.
Was that a Frank? No, that's from 1990.
Wow, it sure sounded like Frankus.
That was Frankus.
I think he said fucker.
No, he said Frankus.
What did he say?
Fuck you.
Oh, fuck you.
There was Jimmy back in 1990.
Yes.
Jimmy. Yeah.
I was Frankising.
Hi, you're on the air.
Yes, I was wondering if I can have my AV switch connected to 2 VCRs.
Well, you have to call me on the other show. Thank you. Hi, you're on the air.
Hi, Ken.
Yes.
I think it's good that people can have handguns so we can shoot people like you.
Right.
Fact. Fuck you.
Hi, you're on the air.
I was thinking that if the criminals, you know, you're trying to give guns to people to fight the criminals, wouldn't that make it just as easy for the criminals themselves to get guns? Because if you're opening this market up for the just plain citizens, that's the average citizen is not going around looking for a gun. It's the average criminal that's going around trying to find any weapon he possibly can. So that would just make it twice as easy.
That's a very valid point. You know, and that's what one of the big arguments that the police have is that a lot of the illegal guns get into the system by burglaries. Like most people keep their gun near their bed, most likely, and so a criminal will come in, rob your house and steal your gun, and it would get into the system, the illegal system. So that's an issue. Hi, you're on the air.
Hi, caller called before with a very valid point. I think it was one of your first calls.
Yeah.
Fuck you, you cocksucker.
Yeah, they kind of lull him into a false sense of security. Yeah, I call her before.
He keeps the same voice in every call. This guy.
Oh, yeah.
Doesn't change his voice.
It's hard to understand. So this next track, callers want to know if Ken sucks cock, and let him know that they fucked his mom in the ass. What show is this? It's from 1990, a public access show starring Ken Sander.
Hello? Hi, you're on the air.
Hi. How you doing?
Okay.
What is it good?
Hi, you're on the air. Hi, you're on the air.
I don't think the city was willing to pay for something like that. You know, it's
Probably
an added,
not,
it's
but
an added expense.
It's a good idea, but you're probably
yeah, it's
right.
a good concept, but what's the chance that Mayor Dinkins, who can't even clean up the city, I fucked your mother up the ass?
Hi, you're on the air.
Oh, Ken.
Yes.
I was wondering how you would think that it would be possible to regulate the sale of these guns. And want to know if you suck dick.
All right, well, in answer to your second question, no, and I'm not sure how we would regulate the sales. Hi, you're on the air.
I think you need a federal law first if you want to have a law in New York City against guns. Right now, there's this big debate in the nation whether or not we should fuck you, cocksucker.
Hi, you're on the air.
Hi. How you doing?
Okay, how are you?
I want to suck your dick.
Hi, you're on the air.
You know, the problem is Dinkins is a lousy nigger.
Hi, you're on the air. Hi, you're on the air.
Fuck you, cockhead.
I watched that show.
Oh, Ken Sanders' show is my new favorite.
I'm trying to fend off fucking insults.
I want DVD seasons 1 and 2. The Ken Sanders show.
Ken Sanders.
Ken Sanders rules.
He's a god.
He's terrific.
They just would go right into that. They had a great strategy to keep him from hanging up.
Hey, can we get Ken Sanders on the phone?
Where's Ken Sanders?
He's dead.
He's dead.
Oh, he was very badly raped, you see.
That was a good one. Is that him?
That's Ken.
Wow, I didn't picture him to look like that.
Let me see Ken.
Picture him a little older.
Oh, boy.
Jesus.
See, Elliot Gould.
Like a rug on his head or something.
You love paisanos. All right.
A rat goes on the attack in Kansas City, Missouri. It jumped into the crib and bit off the nose and top lip of a 7-week-old baby.
Boy.
Oh,
no.
Happy birthday.
And you know, the mother was interviewed, and she said she regretted buying the baby a cheese nose cover. She said nose covers should never be made out of cheese.
Are there even nose covers out
Yes, there are.
There
and they're normally made out of metal and hard plastic, but there was a new line made out of cheese, and she bought one.
Why didn't you just go with Breathe Right strip?
Because I'm an idiot and I'm tired, that's why.
Nose covers. A nose cover for a baby.
I don't know, it just was silly that there'd be a nose cover that she'd purchase and then decide on the cheese one would be best.
Cheddar cheese chapstick.
That's the brilliance of Jimmy, though. It's still funny, even though it doesn't make sense. A nose cover.
A nose cover.
And I wish his cock had been bitten off. I could have said underpants.
Of a 7-week-old baby. As Fox's Rob Lowe tells us, some neighbors were not surprised.
Police swarmed the 4100 block of Montgall after the parents of a baby girl called 911 saying their baby was lying in a pool of blood. Detectives say this isn't a case of child abuse. They blame a rodent, most likely a rat, for attacking the 7-week-old while she slept.
Oh, man.
Oh, just nibbling. Just nibbling. With those ratty teeth. Just chewing a little baby nose off. Little baby lip.
Bet you that happened in a really, really nice neighborhood.
Oh, I'm sure. It was probably...
yeah, definitely.
In a huge baby room.
Some kind of mansion, probably.
Yeah.
For the rest of your life, you're going to have a nose that's fucked up, and you're going to have to tell people, oh, rat ate it.
A rat, rat.
And there's no...
Oh, what happened?
Well, you have to put a new nose on there. As an adult, you can do it, because you're done growing. But, you know, as a kid... You're going to have a chewed-up nose for a long time.
Yeah, they might tease you in school.
Whole rat nose.
Hey, rat nose. Hey, rat fucking food nose.
I can't imagine what it would be like, I'm telling you.
Yep.
I feel sorry for that little baby.
Neighbor Joyce Carter and her husband say they were told the parents had fed the baby earlier and wondered if that attracted the rat.
I thought after they fed the baby, there's milk still on his mouth. If a rat came in, and boy, that'd be a terrible thing to have done. But
Police said the parents heard noise coming from their baby monitor. When they checked on their baby, the rodent was gone, but there were droppings in the crib. Police say the facial injuries appear to be consistent with bite marks from a rat.
Oh, wow.
The rat ate and shit. He really set up camp.
Yeah.
He was marking his territory.
Neighbor Tanisha Page says she moved to her current house because of...
Wait, what's that name?
Neighbor Tanisha Page says she moved to her current house because of rats.
Rats are a big problem in the city. I myself relocated because we had a rodent problem, and I was afraid that was going to be my daughter, and I have a 7-month-old myself.
Now she won't even let her daughter sleep in a crib.
Oh, she sleeps right next to me. I'm not even giving that a chance to happen.
The baby girl is in a Kansas City hospital in serious condition.
See, the best way, the best cure for that is when your baby goes to bed, you cover it in tinfoil.
Just Just wrap your entire baby in tinfoil.
Yep. Or what's the other thing they can't chew through? The wire brush, like
steel wool.
Yeah. Cover your baby in steel wool.
Steel wool. All right, that's Jimmy Norton's advice on what to do with your baby. God, that is horrible. Don't you wipe your baby's mouth or something? If you just fed the fucking thing. What's going on? Ugh. Big snot tissue.
Imagine eating one of those.
What, my tissues?
No, your booger where you scrape it against, you pull off one that's stuck against the inside wall of your nose.
No, stop it.
You gotta scrape it off with your nail.
Later, because when they start drying, I will.
It's like a scab.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
A salty scab.
What's wrong, Anthony?
Disgusting.
We're just having fun. Relax.
No.
I love boogers.
It's disgusting.
Salty ones? Dry?
Yeah.
Stop it. The fucking flavor.
Blood booger?
I love blood booger more
just
than
a little blood booger, though.
No, I like it. I like a fucking JFK blood booger. Just a piece of skull in it.
All right. It's really disgusting.
This was supposed to be a lesson in tolerance.
But some parents at a New Jersey elementary school are furious over a controversial educational video
what this is.
That's called...
It's a new thing they're promoting. It's called Nigger Day in school, where they want the children to look...
That's terrible. I'm sorry.
Oh, my God, Jimmy.
Why? No.
Just kidding.
Of course that would be an awful thing.
Oh, my God.
Gave up
This was supposed to be a lesson in tolerance.
But some parents at a New Jersey elementary school are furious over a controversial educational video that's called That's a Family.
It's really cool to have two gay dads. Our moms, Angie and Lee, are lesbians.
The diversity video looks at a different kind of family, including some with same-sex parents. Some parents at the school in Marlton, New Jersey, just outside of Philadelphia, feel it's inappropriate for their third graders.
You don't have to teach all these horrible concepts to them.
We're not teaching them a lifestyle. We're sharing with them that these are the types of families that are present in our society today.
Parents at the school can choose to not have their kids watch the video.
They show the traditional parents, which is the mom and dad in the station wagon, and then they show the two dads, and they're just parked somewhere just jerking each other off with the kid's picture on the dashboard.
Oh, shit. People get so upset. You hear that woman screaming? Believe me, the talk that's going on in your kid's class is a lot worse than the fucking video they're showing. They know about it. I knew about pretty much everything by, I'd say, 4th grade.
You knew about the gay
4th grade.
Early on?
Yeah. Knew about the gay. Knew about fucking.
Yeah.
Early on, I had said it before, I didn't know how it was done and stuff. But by that age, I knew, how it was done. I'm talking like 1st, 2nd grade. I'd heard about it. Thought you had to fuck a chick up the ass to get her pregnant.
Yeah. Well, that's if you want to get a...
All right. Yeah, And then I thought you needed a rubber to get a chick pregnant. Because I thought that had the stuff on it that fertilized the egg.
Did your mother coach you until you were in your 20s?
I was confused. Although it's pretty good if you think, like...
All those nude showers with dad didn't help, huh?
If I had met a girl that thought the same thing, I'd be in great shape. Girl that thought fucking her in the ass got her pregnant. Let me just fuck you in the ass. You want a kid? All right. And, of course, if you don't want a kid, all right, I'll just... I won't use a rubber. Because it's the rubber that gives you the kid.
That's just brilliant.
I was a stupid little kid. What did I know? But, it's not like by 3rd, 4th grade, kids aren't already thinking about this stuff.
We interrupt this program to bring you the Ozone Midget sighting of the day.
Hello, Brian.
Hey, what's up, guys?
What's up?
Hey, check this out. I'm a truck driver. I was at the Pilot truck stop close to Ottawa, Illinois. I'm sitting at the fuel island, right? I look out my window, and I see this little black guy, this midget, jumping out of a Snyder truck.
A little fidget.
Hey, listen, guys. This guy got down on the last step, the first one to get up in a truck, and his little midget arms flopped up in the air. I thought he was going to take off in flight.
This guy.
This dude's waddling across the damn parking lot around these trucks and shit that are running around him. I know they can't see him.
He's walking right under all you truckers.
I'll tell you, man. It's funny. He's got a little sailor-looking style leather hat on with a biker vest on, a white T-shirt, and a pair of jeans and cowboy boots. I swear to God, he's walking on the side of the boots.
So he was a trucker? Is that what we're getting at?
Yeah. And then what happened?
Yeah. He was a trucker. I had to go, man. He got in the store safely. I just had to watch him do the Oompa Loompa walk across the damn parking lot.
Well, what happened after that then?
Oh, no, it's just when he jumped out of the truck, that was the funniest shit. I had to tell you guys about that. And his little Oompa Loompa walk.
But after he jumped out of the truck, then what happened?
He walked to the damn truck stop.
And then? What happened?
I guess he made it safely, man.
To where? Then what happened?
Fuck, I don't know.
He made it safely to where? What happened?
He went in to go get his field ticket. Who is this, Anthony?
So he went in and got what?
A field ticket. It's a receipt.
A fuel ticket?
Yeah.
And then what happened?
I guess he got in his truck and went back to Oz. I don't know. I told you I had to leave.
But he got in the truck and then what happened?
Dude, you're trying to ruin this. This was funny as shit, man. Don't ruin it.
Meanwhile, back at the
show. You can wreck anyone's story by doing that. It really does ruin it. And then what happened?
It can ruin the best story ever. No matter what the story is.
It could be the greatest story ever.
And then what happened? The Secret Service just drove him to Parkland Memorial. And then what happened?
I don't know. They operated on him. And then what happened? Oh, that is horrible. All right. We'll end with, we're in a good mood, but it's news today, so we gotta go. We gotta go there. We made the Daily News today, and good old, Howie had a comment about it today.
Oh, how about that?
Oh. Well, now he's trying to say that, he forced the merger.
Don't even try to tell me.
Yeah.
He's saying he invented the merger.
Yeah.
Holy shit. Does anybody take him seriously anymore?
Yeah, Bobo, you're on the air in Lindenhurst.
I am so fucking pissed. I was reading the Daily News on Friday, and Ed Hinckley, he must be on a mission to go out and make you look bad.
Oh, always.
All the years, he's always done that.
I think it all started, Hinckley's the writer for the Daily News radio column, and I think it all started when I used to get on the air and talk about how the radio columnist is the lowest man on the totem pole at a newspaper, and any asshole can write that fucking column. Boy, he's giving me the shiv right up the ass.
He fixed you.
Yeah. He hates my guts, and he just, like today's article, it's always about me. Like if Opie and Anthony get press, it's about me, really, and what I've said. It's also fucking gay. Let's be honest.
Well, I love how he promotes them.
Yeah. Well, because I mean, again,
hey, we hate Hinckley too. Shut up. We hate Hinckley.
I love how he's always promoting them. Wow, you really had a lot to the discussion today. Black fatso.
Howie's a regular potty mouth.
Gay. Let's be honest.
Well, I love how he promotes them.
Yeah. Well, because I mean, again, they're real original.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
That got me. Oh, boy. Wow.
Nothing new there, right?
Fuck. What year? I totally forgot, and I swear. What year is this?
This is 1994.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
Fuck, because I forgot for a second.
Yeah, we're not original.
Holy shit, is that fuck? Are you done? Are you done with that act yet?
Yeah, we're not original. Okay.
Are you fucking just done with it?
All right.
Oh, enough.
Who's been the most influential man in the history of radio? Me. There's no question about it.
Marconi? The guy that fucking invented it? I don't know. Holy shit. Orson Welles. Don Imus even. There are plenty of influential people in radio.
Well, a lot of people would...
Good guys?
Well, no, a lot of people would point their finger at Gene Shepard.
That's what I was doing in the paper.
Gene Shepard.
Pointing my finger at Gene Shepard. It was just out of frame.
Bob
Bowie?
Bob, I think you said his last name as Fass. Bob Fass, or Foss. Was a big influence back in the day.
Bob and Fez?
Bob Foss.
Who has been the most influential man in the history of radio? Me. There's no question about it. You can't fucking argue it. Nobody's had the #1 success that I've had. Nobody could.
And no one's told more people.
Somebody is cracking.
And no one's told as many people as he has. Holy shit. No. I've never seen a more pompous.
You know what?
Man, this man lacks any humility.
You know what? He's pretty accurate.
Or ability to be humble.
He's pretty accurate, but here's the problem, and this is why Howie's going nuts. He thought, because of all this influence and because he was, in his words, the greatest radio personality to ever live, that something special was supposed to happen. And he realizes, in the end, no one gives a shit.
Yeah, no one really cares.
There's going to come a time we'll be gone, and someone else will replace us, and no one is going to give a shit.
We always talk about their Slappy and Wappy show. They'll be there, whatever it is.
That's the difference. We know the reality of this. We got some fame now. We got fans. It's great. We love our lives. But eventually, we'll be replaced. And he truly thought he'd be the first person where people would be like, oh my God. He'd have longevity of people just kissing his ass long after his popularity waned. And it's driving him nuts that no one gives a shit now.
Yeah, he's going crazy over there.
No one cares. He had his time, and you know, people are moving on to other shows and other ways to entertain themselves.
Aren't you supposed to have yes men when you reach that point? When you're making like $500 million? You don't have to be your own yes man anymore.
Wow.
You don't have to hype yourself. Jesus Christ, have other people lap your ass.
Well, you've been paying that black hole, 20-some-odd years to lap your ass. Let her continue.
Just let her do it. He's got to sit there and preach about how great he is. God, is that just an old act? It was kind of... I remember years ago where it was kind of... not cool, but like... It worked, you know what I mean? Like, because he was such an anti-hero kind of guy that when he would pump himself up, it was because, well, no one else is going to do it, so fuck him. Let me, like, pump myself up and talk about how great I am. It was almost funny, too, you know, because, like, geez, listen to this fucking guy. This guy's got some self-confidence. He's totally talking about himself like he's Jesus. It's fucking how many years later? You can't do the same joke or bit or act for that long. It doesn't work. You're the fucking Kevin Meaney of radio. You're doing the We Are the World bit.
I don't care.
I don't care.
I don't care.
That whole I'm the greatest, I'm the best, everyone's a clone, everyone's a copy. All right, it worked a while ago.
I don't care.
I don't care.
My jokes don't go over. I don't care. I don't care.
It just doesn't wash anymore. Yeah, you're still pulling it off. You're still doing your show, and you're making a lot of money.
Well,
and
he's not pulling it off because someone.
You know what? He's pulling it off with the people that are subscribed to listen to him.
Mark from Phoenix points out something in this clip. Howie said had.
Had. There you go.
He even knows. Listen again.
Who has been the most influential man in the history of radio? Me. There's no question about it. You can't fucking argue it. Nobody's had the #1 success that I've had. Nobody could
today.
Change an industry.
Looking at Anthony's picture today,
I showed them how to syndicate morning radio.
What?
Wrong.
Wait, what?
Wrong.
He showed them how to syndicate morning radio?
They were syndicating radio shows way before good old Howie.
Holy shit.
Way before good old Howie did it.
How the fuck is he claiming that?
I'll tell you what happened when Howie got in. It became easier because of technology to syndicate shows, but they certainly were syndicating radio show way before Howie.
Wow. All right.
He's losing his mind. I love it. And I love that we get under his skin. He's sitting there. I don't care about the fact they're doing the paper again today.
And I like how he mentions the article as if it's an article about him that like they throw us into or something, or an article about us they throw him into, or it's an article about what we were talking about on our show yesterday.
And our futures.
Yeah. based on what Mel was talking about. Oof.
Showed them how to syndicate morning radio.
Wrong.
I showed the industry how to do everything, and then I left them, and now they're still crying like bitches. They're sitting and yelling, oh, my God, XM and Sirius are going to merge. When would they have given a fuck if I wasn't here? Let me tell you how ridiculous that is and why the merger will occur, unless someone's mentally ill. Satellite radio.
He is so worked up. His plays right into our hands.
Oh, is he just livid? It's funny to hear him snorting and cursing.
And this is why we got some issues as we move forward here. Because he's just... He wants to strangle us.
Yeah, I know. It really is not going to be comfortable.
Ill. Satellite radio is not like the electric company or oil. This isn't something you have to buy. Satellite radio is a service you can buy into or not. If you don't buy into satellite radio, it's not going to end your life. Now, how is satellite radio a monopoly if XM and Sirius merge? That's like saying, what if there were two different televisions, XM television and Sirius television, and XM had half of the television programs and Sirius had half of the television programs. So if you wanted ABC network, you had to join Sirius, and if you wanted NBC, you'd have to go to XM.
What?
It wouldn't exist.
Holy television. That contrary to consumer...
Oh, wait. He's a madman. He's lost his fucking mind.
Well, I think on that clip he's right, actually.
No, he's not.
No?
He's absolutely wrong.
About combining the two services, making it like saying, like, if you split ABC and NBC, combine them, you get all of them, like, why this will go through, why it's not a monopoly.
But there's only two. If there was NBC and ABC, you're saying if they merged... There's still CBS, FX, the TBS. There's still 1,000 fucking stations. There's only two satellite companies. There's only fucking two. When two satellite TV companies, which is kind of what he's talking about, television. When two satellite TV companies wanted to merge, the federal government said no. It would make a monopoly. We're not doing it. It's written into the contract with the FCC that says... It says, and the two companies can never fucking merge unless a third one pops up. And it's not an easy startup business where tomorrow mom and pop satellite is going to launch a satellite up into space from their backyard.
So for this merger to go through, they got to actually change the rules.
They got to change the rules.
Yeah. Which is possible.
Anything's possible.
I'm not saying
it would never happen, but as it stands right now, the federal government would not want this to happen. And it's illegal for it to happen. Whatever.
I want to hear what Robin has to say, because I'm sure it's going to be terrific, like always.
It wouldn't exist.
Isn't that contrary to consumer benefit?
Of course, but it's not. Of course you want to buy one television set, and you want to get all of your choices on one television. You don't want to have to choose between two different types of television systems. Do you understand?
Can I watch
There is no
Seinfeld?
such thing as a monopoly in satellite radio. They compete with everything. You can't even make an argument.
Well, that is the argument that...
That's going to be the big argument.
That we got to, satellite radio's got to compete with iPods and everything else out there, so that's why they should allow...
I'm not saying it's not going to happen. I'm just saying that they've printed it in the fucking papers. There are a lot of hurdles here with the federal government. That's all. Mel's got to go in there and talk to him and see if he could wheel and deal and get the merger done. That's all.
Okay.
You can't even make an argument.
And competing with each other is destroying satellite.
Yeah, but at what level could you argue that it's good for the consumer to have two different satellite companies? Well, pricing? We've yet to see that. You've got one television company. Pricing is pricing. What are you talking about? Why don't they allow for a brand new television company and break them up?
Oh, here comes
only XM television.
The consumer can control the price by not buying.
Don't buy it. You don't have to have satellite radio. You can go get an iPod. You can go get the whole fucking thing is ridiculous. It should take 10 minutes to decide, and that'll be the end of it. For crying out loud. It's such a dumb argument. Everything is so dumb.
And know why he's so worked up? He desperately needs to talk to more people. It's driving him batty. He's a billionaire and all that, but that's not the only thing that motivates this man. He is going nuts and needs to talk to more people. It's like a drug to him.
Yeah, with radio, it's not just about money. You really thought people.
He really thought the floodgates would open. He did very well. A lot of people did go with him, but not in his world. He thought it would be way better than it was.
He thought that the entire audience was going with him.
Way better, and he's realized a while ago that wasn't the case. And now with this hope of a merger, he's doing the numbers in his head. We've done the numbers in our head. We could almost double our satellite audience if this merger goes through. That's why it would be a good thing for us. Yes. But we already have regular radio, so we're talking to so many more people than him, and it's driving him fucking nuts. You can hear in his voice.
Yeah, because the only time he gets mentioned in any news story these days is when they talk about the business end of the satellite radio companies. And they say, well, there's Sirius, which has Howard Stern, and they are looking to merge, or, they've announced earnings or something. It's never, hey, this happened on Howard's show, or Howard said this, and he's making the news by making this kind of a statement. He just doesn't make that kind of news anymore. Doesn't happen. Corleone family doesn't have that kind of power anymore.
They took Oprah Winfrey and put her on XM.
Yeah.
And they said subscriptions went down.
Oprah Winfrey, Negro woman.
They paid her $55 million for that fucking Oprah channel. Why do you think they got to merge? They made a series of bad decisions over there.
They got to merge.
Oh, my God.
They paid you $500 million. You fucking idiot. And we had more subs over here than you had. That's another reason the merger. You think if fucking Sirius was on Easy Street because of Howard fucking Stern, that you would even consider merging? You'd sit it out and wait for XM to fucking wither on the vine. That's what you'd wait to do.
And then you pay XM a penny on the dollar.
Yeah.
It's,
Believe me, both companies need each other right now. They need the merger to go through to make it easier for both companies to survive. It ain't like XM came crawling over to fucking Sirius and Howard fucking Stern to bail them out. Oprah's $30 million or Howard Stern's fucking or $50 million, whatever it is. It doesn't even matter. $500 million was paid to you. The guy's sitting there like he's making $38.50. The guy fucking is being paid more than anybody on satellite radio. You're the fucking guy draining the industry, you idiot. What a dolt. What a fucking dishonest ass. Ugh.
Fucking Oprah channel. Why do you think they got to merge? They made a series of bad decisions over there.
That's right.
Crying out loud. Oprah Winfrey. Who the fuck is going to sit and join up for Oprah Winfrey? Sit there and listen to her friends talk. Her friends. Who are her friends? Take Oprah Winfrey off television, put her on radio, and they still wouldn't come over for her.
No. Let's keep it
her
real,
strength is that television show.
And you know what? They didn't come over for you as well, like they wanted. Like they wanted.
The guy was on radio, so of course he's going to get people going over there, but not in the numbers that they thought. If they did, and it is absolute evidence that if they did as well as he likes to fucking crow, they would not be merging. They'd be laughing at XM going, we're just going to sit you out, motherfucker. Because you guys are going to die right there. But that wasn't going to happen, and it wasn't because of Oprah's $50 million. Howie's $500 million, and not enough subs coming in. That's why the fucking companies would even talk to each other. Enough.
He's frazzled today. This next clip will make you laugh.
Good one.
Oh, my God.
Good.
I invented hoo-hoo everything.
I invented everything.
This is the latest thing he invented.
Oh, God damn.
I create these ideas. I put them on the radio. That's how I choose to use these ideas.
And the point is, you have put them on the radio. The guy in Omaha
hasn't.
No.
What a surprise. I thought for once Robin would disagree.
Wow.
I thought this would be the one time she disagrees.
Unfucking believable.
This show is starting to sound really old. It really is. Times have changed.
I create these ideas. I put them on the radio. That's how I choose to use these ideas.
And the point is, you have put them on the radio. The guy in Omaha, nobody maybe knows about him and his iPod.
I have a 20-year history of playing the fifth grader game.
But you have the resources to make more, not more, like,
yes.
You have the resources to put it into a different medium.
Yes, I do. But it's my choice to do it on radio. And that doesn't mean somebody has the right to lift it and put it on television, lock, stock, and barrel. In other words, it's my idea, and what I do with it, since I have the...
All right, basically...
The fuck is he babbling about?
Basically, he's trying to say that he invented Smarter Than a Fifth Grader show that's going to be on...
Oh, my God.
This is what he fails to tell people. Having, like, trivia contests with dumb bimbos or kids or whatever is one of the oldest bits in radio.
So he's saying that that Foxworthy show, Jeff Foxworthy's show.
Are you smarter than
a fifth grader? People go up and have to compete against a class of fifth graders.
Yeah. It's one of the oldest radio bits.
He invented it.
It's one of the oldest radio bits. You get someone that's a little younger or maybe stupid, a dumb blonde bimbo, stripper, whatever.
I had no idea.
And then you have a little trivia contest. That has been done since the beginning of morning radio.
Wow.
He is delusional.
Every new thing that comes out, he invented. American Idol, reality TV, like every
Remember the clip where he said that he invented Unplugged?
MTV Unplugged. Like, fucking guy, it's enough already. You look like a fool. No one's listening to that. Even your hardest core fans aren't listening to that going, yeah. They're going, and you kind of get a cringe of embarrassment and go like, oh, here he goes again. Oh, boy.
Lock, stock, and barrel. In other words, it's my idea, and what I do with it, since I have the patent, if so to speak, or the copyright, it's my idea whether to release that on DVD, to do it on radio. But I think that most television guys are so bankrupt, especially apparently these game show guys, that they feel it's okay to listen to this show and lift the entire idea and somehow charge around Hollywood like they came up with something on their own. And I'll be curious to see this show, and I want to see who it says is the creator of the show, because that creator is a Howard Stern fan who listened to our show and said that would be a really cool TV show. Now, instead of going through the proper channels and contacting me and saying, look,
oh my God,
I know you're the creator of this. I just want to suck your dick and get in on some of your fucking action. If he would call me like that, what'd you say, Gino?
You cuss like a sailor. I think that's funny, man.
You're damn right it's funny. I'm the funniest guy around. And don't forget it.
Yeah. No, you're not. Some of the people around you are funny.
Something. Wow, he invented it.
You've never been the funny one, unless Jackie writes it down for you.
He just invented everything, I guess. Wow. Thank God. We just wouldn't have anything.
Last clip.
We'd be in a little house on the prairie in a fucking little soddy shack with a Franklin stove burning.
Thank you,
or
Howie.
actually, it would be called a Howard stove.
Yeah.
That would be burning.
Thank you, Howie. Thanks for inventing everything for us.
As far as my influence goes, people are signing up in droves still to come to satellite radio. So, I mean, it's ridiculous. That's just a made-up...
No, they're not. It's stalled.
Satellite radio.
Stalled.
Stay serious.
So, I mean, it's ridiculous. That's just a made-up speculation. The thing that hurts worse is when somebody just rips me off. That's putting their hand in my pocket. That's just dishonest.
Don't worry, you won't.
And someone said Mark Burnett is the creator of the fifth grader thing.
Oh, is that right?
I would suggest that Mark Burnett probably got pitched the idea. I want to see who the other person is.
Yeah.
And believe me, if Mark Burnett would call in here, I'd tell him, why don't you fucking send me a check? Because I'll play you 87,000 years of me doing this game show you created. So, yeah, the ripoff hurts worse because it's just dishonest, and I'm an honest person.
He's going nuts.
Honest person. He's so honest.
Going nuts.
So fucking honest. You denied the gag order for how many years?
Right.
And then you came out and finally exploded and admitted to it.
And I love how he says
honest.
All this stuff he's been doing 20 years ago, so it's kind of hard to completely check on.
Yeah. It was years. It was fucking 20 years. Just stop. Enough with that act. God, am I so sick of hearing
Send me a check. He's trying to tell his audience that someone's taking money out of his pockets. He made more money than Oprah last year.
Yeah, you look at that, the mansion out in the Hamptons,
Boy,
the fucking
Howie.
Fortune 500, making more money than Oprah, and then he's trying to garner sympathy from his fans, saying he's not getting some fucking production
you're really
creator fee from a show that will probably run for a week.
You're really getting sympathy from your fans that have 2 jobs and their wife also works.
Yeah.
Oh, they feel for you, buddy.
The wife they're too poor to fucking dump. That they got to sit there instead of fucking grabbing a model. Got to sit there and get ragged on. Just stop already. Stop it. Stop whining. Well, now we'll be accused of just talking about him.
Yeah,
on every show we do, all the time, every day.
Spent 10 minutes over here and maybe 7 over there. 17 minutes out of 5 official hours of radio. You're right. You're right. All right, line of the day sponsored by BowDogFight.com. Here is the first runner-up line of the day. When we get back, we got a mother coaching her children to fake retardation.
That's beautiful.
And are we going to interview Mrs. Nagel?
That's funny.
And here's another runner-up line of the day.
Are there any Jewish basketball players?
Yeah, there was a couple.
Were there a couple?
Jewing.
Patrick Jewing. Oh, my God. Write it down, Ben. Write it down.
Patrick Jewing.
Oop, can't acknowledge the line of the day stuff.
That's good.
Sorry about that. Yeah. BowDogFight.com. Thank you. They sponsor line of the day.
Here comes line of the day, line of the day.
He's next to the coffin, and he's brushing off dust with a little paintbrush. So he's involved directly.
But there's 2 guys carrying it in the documentary, and I'm thinking, do you need that pressure? What do you got? Oh, Christ. I don't think I should get all 3. I mean, it's a nice sentiment.
Wow, the hat trick. They got the hat trick.
They knew you weren't feeling too happy today.
I was feeling a little bit tired. My throat's bothering me.
Would you like a lozenge?
Lozenges.
Which lozenges do you want?
Do you have any Melba lozenges?
Melba
toast flavored lozenges.
I got
Melba
one with
toast.
zinc.
Those are boysenberry.
Well, I don't have I have like lemon. Honey lemon.
I don't like lemon. It bothers my intestines. Boysenberry lozenges and Melba toast lozenges.
And I got assorted citrus lozenges.
I don't like citrus. It makes my mouth pucker.
Let's end with this cute one from Greg in Indiana. Greg, what's up?
Greg?
Yes?
Greg?
What's up, Greg?
Hey, I can hardly wait for the next generation to find Howie's casket instead of Jesus's. These people are going to go nuts going, who the hell is this motherfucker?
Thank you, Greg.
Do you know what I enjoy? Hey. Pimento-flavored lozenges.
Pimento? You don't like good flavor.
I do. Or bologna medley lozenges. It would taste like a medley of different bolognas. Sometimes a raspberry lozenge wrapped in a piece of bologna. Mother would give me if I was a good boy.
Can we go home now?
Yeah, we got him had a meeting.
Yeah, it's big. Can I watch?
Yeah. Sure.
Same stall.
You bet. Stall 3 with the hole and the wink.
I don't know.
Let's get this over with.
What?
Let's get this over with.
What happened?
No lozenges. Lozenge ain't gonna help. Unless we throw them real hard and run. Crinkle, crinkle. That's a piss. Remember that one? Get Jimmy.
Steve, could you end the show today?
All right, go ahead, end the show. Get us out,
please.
This microphone doesn't work.
Yeah, it does.
Learn to play poker with the Opie and Anthony Show.
No! Oh, God! He spilled my chips.
I'm sorry, sir.
Opie! Now clean it out! That's right. Be a poker player, just like your father.
The Opie and Anthony Show.
Are you happy now, Opie? Are you happy?
Line of the Day is brought to you by Bodog. If you'd like to vote on any of the weekly show polls, go to iliketolisten.com.